Ladies and gentlemen, today is Thursday, the 11th of March. This is the month of women. It's no surprises, therefore, that the Bank of Industry has chosen to celebrate women in a big way today. I'd like to ask, before I do all the welcomes, that we all please stay silent, mute our telephones as we take the national anthem. Good morning again, everybody. Yeah. Good morning yet again. These are interesting times. Technology makes it possible for us to be in different locations and yet be able to speak to each other on one subject. So yet again, I say good morning. My name is Adesuwa Onyenukwe, and on behalf of the Bank of Industry, I welcome you to the International Women's Day celebration. But before we dive deep into what today is all about, I'd like all of us to respect our nation by reciting and singing along with the first stanza of the national anthem.
Arise, O compatriots, Nigeria's call, obey to serve our fatherland.
Thank you, everybody that sang along. That's a prayer. It's a national prayer. O God of creation, direct our noble course, guide our leaders right, help our youth the truth to know is one of the things in that prayer. So I would be very pleased if you guys also stay muted while I introduce the youth, a young woman who is going to give us a quick poetry to zero in on why we are here today. So we have a teenage girl who has a recitation specially prepared for today, where it's raining women, because it's all about women today. It's International Women's Day celebration by the Bank of Industry. So if Semilore Lanre-Yusuf has a wonderful recitation to present to us today to put us more in the spirit. So Semilore, if you're there, take over.
My name is Semilore Lanre-Yusuf. I am the future Managing Director of the Bank of Industry. I am here to welcome you, distinguished guests, to the Bank of Industry's 2021 International Women's Day event. Take a look at me. I symbolize what is possible when you invest early in women's leadership. I thank Mr. Olukayode Pitan, the Managing Director of the Bank of Industry, for setting a high standard for the bank. I am looking forward to one day continuing the great work he has begun. Invest early in women's leadership. Choose to challenge so that dreams like mine will come true every day.
The hashtag is I choose to challenge. The Bank of Industry is challenging us today and is already seeing Semilore on Mr. Olukayode's seat. And we are with her, and we believe that that is possible. Once again, my name is Adesuwa Onyenukwe, and I'm just the lead MC on this. We have a lot of MCs who are going to be working today. I did tell you at the beginning that it is raining women, and I will introduce you to all the wonderful women who are calling from across the world to be part of this. We have women in banking, we have women in politics, we have women in the non-governmental sector. It's just literally raining women. But the man who sits at the top of the table right now, the table that Semilore is going to take in some 10 to 15 years, is Mr. Olukayode Pitan. So we're going to do him the honors of welcoming us officially to this event today as we celebrate women through the Bank of Industry, Nigeria. Mr. Pitan, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Adesuwa. Good morning, all. On behalf of the chief host, Ambassador Maryam Katagum, the Honorable Minister of State for Industry, Trade, and Investment, I would like to welcome all of you. I would like to welcome especially the ministers who are here, Dame Pauline Tallen, OFR KSD, Honorable Minister of Women Affairs. I would like to welcome Mrs. Zainab Samsuna Hamed, Honorable Minister of Finance, Budget, and National Planning. I'd like to welcome Ajia Shadia Umar Farouk, Honorable Minister of Humanitarian Affairs, Disaster Management, and Social Development. I'd also like to welcome the First Ladies who are part of this program today. Her Excellency, Mrs. Betsy Obaseki, the First Lady of Edo State. Excellency, Dr. Mrs. Zainab Shinkafi Bagudu, the First Lady of Kebbi State. Her Excellency, Dr. Mrs. Olufolake Abdulrazaq, the First Lady of Kwara State. Her Excellency, Mrs. Erelu Bisi Adeleye Fayemi, the First Lady of Ekiti State. Also like to welcome Dr. Hajo Sonny, the Senior Special Assistant to the President on Women Affairs and Administration. Then Dr. Mrs. Sarah Alade, Special Advisor to the President on the Finance and Economy. My good friend, Professor Benedict Orama, the President of African Export Import Bank. Our keynote speaker, Dr. Mrs. Ibukun Awosika, the Chairman of First Bank of Nigeria. We're talking of Semilore wants to be on my seat. That's a good thing. We need to acknowledge the first female MD of Bank of Industry, Ms. Evelyn Oputu, the former MD CEO of Bank of Industry. Like Adesuwa said, today it is raining women. If I want to introduce and recognize all the women present today, we will not finish. So please allow me to say at this particular stage, all other protocols, observed. I also want to welcome the board members, management and staff of Bank of Industry, the rep of the business community, gentlemen and ladies of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Once again, good morning and welcome to this International Women's Day event hosted by Bank of Industry. It is my distinct pleasure and honor to host you all today in celebration of the achievements and contribution of women to global growth and development. This year's theme, I choose to challenge, hashtag, highlights the importance of challenging biases, stereotypes, and misconceptions in the interest of creating a more inclusive and gender equal world. Promoting gender equality is and will always be an economic game changer. Year after year, we have seen various studies emphasizing the important role women play in the society. Additionally, it is believed that if Nigeria enhances gender equality in the labor market, politics, legal system, education, and healthcare, it will add an additional 1.25% to the economy. Despite what we know now, the representation of women at decision-making level is still minimal. Let me call your attention to some critical statistics. Today, there are only 25 countries that have elected women as heads of state or government. Just about 11% of all countries and territories in the world. Some people might say women just need to put themselves out there more often. But that's simply not the case. For every road to the top, the barriers and obstacles women face are far greater than their male counterparts. Beyond participation in the political space, the number of women in the corporate sphere is very much skewed. Today, only 8% of 1,500 companies are led by female CEOs. Yes, it is safe to say that we have made progress over the years. Yet, it is far from acceptable and insufficient to meet the Sustainable Development Goal 5, which is to achieve gender equality and empower all women and girls. The onset of the COVID-19 pandemic has created an even further gender divide, particularly in Africa. In July 2020, the AFDB's Affirmative Finance Action for Women in Africa, AFAWA, released a policy brief which highlighted the vulnerability of women businesses in the COVID-19 era. One key takeaway was that women-led SMEs were at a greater risk of closure than men-led organizations due to limited access to finance, changes in consumer behavior, and increased household care responsibilities as a result of the prolonged lockdowns. The female gender have also been marginalized when it comes to access to finance. The gender financing gap in Africa is believed to be about $42 billion between men and women. This is a worrisome statistics. At the Bank of Industry, we continue to take deliberate steps to address issues around gender equality in entrepreneurship. As you are aware, we are Nigeria's oldest and largest development finance institution. Our mandate is to provide financial assistance for the establishment of micro, small, medium, and large enterprises. We also support the expansion, diversification, modernization, and rehabilitation of existing enterprises. We provide innovative financial solutions through single-digit interest rates, long tenors, and a reasonable moratorium period. Since the establishment of the bank's Gender Business Desk, which cater specifically to female entrepreneurs, we have successfully disbursed close to 100 billion naira to over 1,500 women-led enterprises. In addition to financial support, the Gender Desk also provides much needed business advisory and capacity building services, leveraging our strategic partnerships with more than 300 business development service providers called BDSPs nationwide, towards advancing our support for women businesses. BOI is currently collaborating with the AFDB on the launch and implementation of the $300 million AFAWA Fund, an initiative that is expected to unlock about $3 billion in private sector financing to empower female entrepreneurs through capacity building development. The fund will grant women access to finance, as well as spearhead legal policy and regulatory reforms to support enterprises led by women. The bank is also partnering with the Islamic Development Bank to implement the Business Resilience Assistance for Value-Adding Enterprises called the Brave Women Nigerian Project, which is a part of a larger $32.2 million 5-year initiative coordinated by the Islamic Development Bank. We are their partners in Nigeria on that project. This project combines training and grant matching to support the growth and resilience of women-led enterprises in spite of their challenging operating environment. Furthermore, BOI invested $10 million in the Alitia Fund, also towards supporting the Nigerian women-led businesses, some of which will be export-oriented. In addition, the Nigerian Content Intervention Fund, a partnership between BOI and Nigerian Content Development and Monitoring Board, NCDMB, has allocated $20 million as an intervention fund to women businesses in the oil and gas sector. These are just a few of the initiatives of the Bank of Industry that we have engaged in to promote female gender equality, especially as it relates to business, financing, and support. We believe that our support to female entrepreneurship will not only revitalize their businesses during this pandemic, but we enable them thrive beyond it and close the inequality gap. As we continue with the events of today, I want to close my address by raising my hand high to show my commitment as I choose to challenge inequality, call out biases, question stereotypes, and help forge an inclusive world. BOI remains committed in our drive to support women, and I encourage other organizations to do the same, because when women win, the society wins. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much. Applause necessary, especially because we all, along with you, choose to challenge gender inequality. As I opened the event today, I said, it's raining women, right? Our chief host today is female, and we're very proud to identify with her. But more importantly, because the industry, Bank of Industry, which is under her, has just told us a very interesting thing. When I used the analogy of rain, I didn't realize that there was going to be a lot of raining at the event today, because there's a rain of funds that is sitting down there waiting for women to access through the gender desk at BOI. But I must at this point warn everybody that is listening, get ready to access those funds, but get your papers right. What I find is a lot of women don't even realize there is opportunity sitting right there waiting. And I know, because I have tried, but my papers are still in the works. There's a lot of work I need to do. Most of us as business women, we don't realize that this money is there for us to access. So this is a wonderful opportunity. Thank you very much, Mr. Kayode Pitan, for bringing that to our notice. And along the line, sometime during the day, I will be introducing you to the person who heads the gender desk, so that you know how you can access those funds. But first, may we make a big welcome for our very own Ambassador, Maryam Katagum, who is the Minister of State for Trade and Industry. Somebody described her to me as a woman of grace, a woman of intelligence, and a woman with a lot upstairs. And I'm really, really very proud to introduce you today. Why did I ask? Because I said, I hope she's not going to spend time talking on and on. He said, look, if you listen to her, you'll be surprised at what she had. Just like they promised me that Mr. Pitan will dish it and move. I trust that Ambassador Maryam Katagum will feed us today on what it is to be the Minister of State and what it holds for all of us here today. Ambassador Katagum, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Adesua. The Honorable Minister, Federal Minister of Women Affairs and Social Development, Dame Pauline Tallen, OFR, the Honorable Minister of Finance, my dear sister, Mrs. Zainab Shamsuna Ahmed, the Honorable Minister for Humanitarian Affairs, Disaster Management and Social Development, Hajia Sadia Umar Farouk, Your Excellencies, the First Ladies of Ekiti, Kebbi and Kwara states, our keynote speaker, my dear sister, Mrs. Ibukun Awosika, Chairperson of First Bank, and also Vice Chair of the Steering Committee on the MSME Survival Fund. Our special guests, let me start by recognizing Mrs. Sarah Alade, Mrs. Evelyn Oputu, the former MD of BOI, Mrs. Rosa Whitaker, Professor Benedict Orama. We also have Mrs. Toyin Sani, whom I have to recognize in terms of protocol. Our dear host, Mr. Olukayode Pitan, MD, Bank of Industry, the management and staff of the Bank of Industry, representatives of the business community, gentlemen of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. From the onset, let me express my gratitude to the Bank of Industry for having me as chief hostess at today's event and to give the welcome address to celebrate International Women's Day 2021, a global day celebrating the social, economic, cultural, and political achievements of women. Indeed, I'm happy to be in the midst of such an inspiring group of transformation agents and business leaders. Distinguished guests, the theme of this year's celebration, which is Choose to Challenge, drives home a key message. A challenged world is an alert world, and from challenge comes change. This theme is a global call to action for everyone to challenge the status quo. It is also a time of the year to call for change, reflect on progress made by women, and celebrate acts of bravery displayed by women who have played remarkable roles in the history of Nigeria and the world at large. One of the reasons we celebrate Women's Day is mostly to educate the general public on issues of concern and to mobilize resources that can address this global gender problem. As we celebrate International Women's Day, it is important to speak up about some of the great achievements of women across Nigeria and beyond. At the national level, the cabinet of President Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR, includes 7 distinguished women ministers. And to just summarize, we have ministers in the Ministry of Finance and Budget, Ministry of Transportation, Women Affairs, Ministry of Environment, the Federal Capital Territory, Humanitarian Affairs, and my humble self in Trade, Industry, and Investments. Also, we have the head of the Civil Service of the Federation, who is a distinguished personality. We also have several distinguished female senators and honorable members of the House of Representatives. And I must also mention several female chief executive officers and captains of industry that are too numerous to mention, but who each have distinguished themselves in several fields of endeavor. At the international level, we're also blessed with phenomenal Nigerian women like Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, the first woman and first African in history to be elected as the Director General of the World Trade Organization. Dr. Okonjo-Iweala, as we're all aware, is an economist and an international development expert who sits on the boards of the Standard Chartered Bank, the African Risk Capacity, Global Alliance for Vaccines and Immunization, and so on. Yet another phenomenal woman is Mrs. Amina Mohammed, a politician, a seasoned administrator and diplomat, and currently serving as the 5th Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations and Chair of the United Nations Sustainable Development Group. Prior to this, she served as Minister of Environment during President Muhammadu Buhari's first tenure. Distinguished guests, I speak on behalf of all women, wives, mothers, sisters, daughters, grandmothers on such a memorable occasion where women in Nigeria and across the globe gather together to celebrate each other. It must be underscored that women play a vital role in driving growth and development in all economies around the world. Promoting gender equality and justice, therefore, is a collaborative effort by all stakeholders, starting from the home, parents, both men and women, must each play their roles in raising our sons and daughters to understand that both genders are important and equal. This, of course, must be reinforced in the school, places of worship, offices, government institutions, and so on. In my role as a woman first, and then as a Minister of State for Industry, Trade, and Investment, I will continue to diligently shine a light on challenges faced by women in Nigeria. Some of these challenges include unequal opportunities to leadership positions, difficulty in owning land, difficulty in accessing credit, and unequal opportunities for education and jobs. Across the globe, even before the COVID-19 pandemic, the economic empowerment of women entrepreneurs has remained vital to accomplishing the far-reaching objectives of financial inclusion, sustainable growth, and poverty eradication. Recent studies have shown the significant role women play in promoting social unity and economic advancement. A report by the McKinsey Global Institute concluded that as much as 28 trillion US dollars could be added to global annual GDP by 2025 if women participated in the workforce at the same rate as the men. We must then strive to increase women's overall involvement in the workforce. Empowering women in the economy and closing gender gaps in the workplace are strategic to accomplishing the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, particularly Goal 5, to achieve gender equality, Goal 8, to promote full and productive employment and decent work for all, and Goal 10, on reducing inequalities. It is said that when more women work, women's economic empowerment increases and economic output improves. So as we celebrate this day, it is pertinent to state that the administration of President Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR, has done a commendable job in its efforts to empower women. A recent example being the all-out support which His Excellency Mr. President gave to the candidacy of Dr. Okonjo-Iweala, whom, as I said, has recently emerged as the first woman and first African head of the WTO. These efforts are also reflected in Nigeria's national gender policy, which focuses on women empowerment, while also making a commitment to eliminate discriminatory practices that are hampering women's businesses from flourishing. We as a country are also committed to the joint declaration of the 2017 Buenos Aires WTO Ministerial Conference on Trade and Women's Economic Empowerment, which amongst others acknowledges that, and here I quote, improving women's access to opportunities and removing barriers to their participation in national and international economies contributes to sustainable economic development. And I close the quotation. At the regional level, we have supported the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, Supplementary Act on Gender Equality of 2015. In addition, my ministry's strategic aspiration is to accelerate the diversification of the Nigerian economy for economic growth, job creation, and poverty alleviation, with specific focus on women-owned businesses. We have reinforced this through the MSME Survival Fund, where 45% is dedicated to female-owned businesses. We thank Mr. President for granting women this priority. Furthermore, this government has tried to balance female entrepreneurship through the Government Enterprise and Empowerment Program, GEEP, a total of 112 billion naira social intervention fund, which provides zero interest financing to beneficiaries at the lower echelon of the business ecosystem, who are also predominantly market women. Since the introduction of the fund in 2018, the Bank of Industry has recorded disbursements in excess of 38.1 billion naira, with over 2.5 million citizens having benefited from the program nationwide. Examples of other pro-women initiatives include those of the Central Bank of Nigeria, the National Financial Inclusion Special Interventions Working Group, which aims to address the cultural issues that hamper women's access to financial service, Then there is the MSME Development Fund, a 220 billion naira fund, which is designed to address the unique challenges encountered by women in accessing credit in Nigeria. Consequently, 60% of this fund has been earmarked specially for women. These interventions were all deliberately focused to increase women's financial inclusion in Nigeria. At this point, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me commend the Bank of Industry for the continuous focus on supporting women-owned enterprises across the country. I always feel a sense of pride when I have meetings with the managing director of the bank, Mr. Pitan, and realize the conscious efforts to put women in position of leadership across the country. And I'm sure Mr. Pitan will do more after this particular Women's Day. Furthermore, I find the bank's numerous programs and activities to support women enviable, and I only hope that other organizations as progressive as the Bank of Industry in recognizing the importance of women to their continuous growth. Honorable Ministers, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, I would like to reiterate that we have a role to play in ensuring gender equality becomes a reality in Nigeria and in the global economy. I implore every individual attending this program today, both from the public and private sectors, to choose to challenge the status quo by supporting women, provide platforms that will showcase their talents and celebrate their achievements. All this will help our country, Nigeria, experience the economic growth that comes when both genders are given equal opportunities to contribute to national development. I thank you all for listening. Continue to stay safe during this COVID-19 period, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Katagum. I appreciate your candor, because from listening to you clearly, the ministry has always put women first. And it's interesting and very honoring to note that your ministry is going to give 45% of the MSME loans to women. That is great news. May we all just give a round of applause to that. You know, and the direction of diversifying the economy and looking at women, it's wonderful. I appreciate you, ma'am. And I thank you for staying true to the hashtag of breaking, challenging status quo. The next on our agenda is, I would really like to recognize some of our guests of honor. And I'll ask that the technical person kindly highlight those that you can't see so that we can see that they are in the house as I call them. And as we're doing that, I would also like to play one quick testimonial to the fact that they're talking numbers, they're talking what has been, 1,500 women have benefited so far from the gender desk and from BOI industry. It's important that we hear from some of them and see what it's been like for them. So I've asked that they should cue one that is just 2 minutes. So before that, I'd like to again officially welcome the Honorable Minister for Women Affairs, Dr. Dame Pauline Tallen, the Special Advisor to the President on Finance and Economy, because I've seen her in the house, Dr. Mrs. Sarah Alade. So when I pause, can you please, I know that we have both of them in the house. I'd also like to welcome Mrs. Evelyn Oputu, who was the former managing director of this very bank, Mrs. Rosa Whitaker. They'll come on very shortly, and there's going to be a conversation with these women, and it will be moderated by my older colleague and a veteran in the industry, Bimbo Oloyede. These are our special guests of honor. However, she will recognize them as time goes on. Right now, I would ask if our video is ready. Can we please see one testimonial video?
It's been a great relationship. We came to the relationship later on in our business I believe it had been in existence about 7 years, almost 10 years. Actually, it had been in service almost 7 years before we started cultivating or looking to the Bank of Industry for funding. It was easier than I expected because I thought there were different rules and we would not qualify, but clearly we did. The process has been very professional and the terms have been such, funding in local currency, where the bulk of our revenues come in local currency, have been such that it allowed us to grow our business and continue to invest locally. So it's been, to be honest, a very positive experience for us and one that we want to continue to hold on to. We have upgraded the core of our backbone between Lagos and Portugal by almost 100% since the pandemic, since the beginning of this year. And we are looking to do additional upgrades even before the end of the year. Upstream in Europe, Portugal was a hub for us where our cable terminates, and connecting onto the rest of the world, we have also upgraded those links where we're now having links capable of carrying terabits of information per second. So we have been able to upgrade the technology from 10 gigabit per second wavelength to 100 gigabit per second wavelength. So that allows us to carry a lot more traffic into Nigeria and indeed all of West Africa today. And you talk about the backbone of the internet, indeed. And then also expand our tier 3 data center. We had built in 2015 the civil work, so that's the shell for the data center. But as you have all these computers coming in and equipment, you need to add more power capacity, you need to add more cooling, fire protection, and we have been able to successfully do that with the support from BOI. Our staff strength has grown in the past 2 years, for example. We have brought in graduate trainees. I believe the first set was 30. Even during this COVID period, we've hired an additional 20. These are young engineers or young graduates who we put through an academy, and then we bring into the workforce as trainees. And again, just continue to be amazed at the quality and caliber of young Nigerians. However, I think the biggest impact that we see is more in the ecosystem. So for each of these projects that we're doing, be it if we're laying fiber, we work with a lot of companies. If we're deploying new power and cooling equipment, we work with Nigerian companies to do that. We work a lot with the startup ecosystem. So be it fintechs, in creating cloud computing solutions so that they can drive their businesses from Nigeria.
There's more to that video and we have more videos for you, but the whole idea of doing this is to highlight the fact that money does go out, people do get it, and people who really need it do get it. And main one is able to do what it's doing is one of the reasons that we can do this and still be able to stay connected. So a round of applause for the Bank of Industry as we expect to get more out of you. But our next segment now is really to engage our special guest of honor. And so it is my privilege and honor to welcome Antebimbo, who's going to moderate that session with our special guest. So if Antebimbo is ready, could technical please kindly highlight her? And as she does that, I'd like to remind everybody that please stay muted if you're not speaking, so we don't have incidental noise. And again, for all those that are speaking, I would appreciate that you had a spare source of data just in case you drop. But we believe that data connectivity has improved in Nigeria, clearly. And so if Antebimbo is ready, I would like her to please take the floor.
Thank you very much, Adeswa. You've set the scene beautifully. as only you can. And many thanks to the Bank of Industry, the MD, CEO at the bank's Gender Business Group, for this unique contribution to the celebration of Women's Month. I choose to challenge. Actually, choosing to challenge is not by happenstance or by mistake. A challenged world is an alert world, and from challenge comes change. According to Aristotle, we are what we repeatedly do. Excellence, then, is not an act, but a habit. So we must strive and challenge ourselves to achieve excellence in all that we do. I'm privileged today to introduce to you people who thankfully recognize that excellence is a habit. Reading their profiles, it's clear to me that when they saw hurdles, they also saw how to overcome them. When they were presented with glasses that were half empty, they decided that their glasses were actually half full. It became a habit. And that is why we have the rare opportunity of learning from their individual and collective wealth of experience at this forum, as we consider bounce back strategies after the COVID-19 pandemic. So let's get started right away. We would like participants to ask a few questions. And so after listening to our eminent speakers, who I would appeal to keep their contributions to between 5 and 7 minutes so that we can accommodate those questions. We have contributions from some more special guests. I don't know if Dr. Mrs. Sarah Alade is in the house. I think I heard Adesua mention her name a few moments ago. If she's here, this would be a good time for us to connect with her whilst we prepare the Honorable Minister's message. Dr. Mrs. Sarah Alade.
Thank you very much, Bimbo, and thank you all. I don't want to go through the protocols. If you just allow me to stand on existing protocols, since Bimbo has given me just 5 minutes, so I don't want to exceed the time. I want to thank you for inviting me to the conference on investing women as part of the national recovery from COVID-19. Now, we all know that women and girls have borne the disproportionate impact of the dual shock of the COVID-19 pandemic and drop in oil prices. As we work to build back better and more resilient post-COVID-19, to challenge one another, to deepen our collective efforts to close the gender equality gap and secure the safety, financial stability, access to education, and economic empowerment of our women and girls. Without adequate investment in these areas, we risk missing an opportunity to ensure sustainable and inclusive growth. I want to go through the numbers just briefly. The recent report by UN tells us that about 96 million people will be pushed into extreme poverty by the current pandemic. 47 million of these will be women. And it also tells us that about 11 million girls who would have left school during the pandemic, for one reason or the other, may not return, they may never return to school. International Labour Organization projects that COVID-19 may trigger the loss of equivalent of 140 million full-time jobs. Women's employment at about 20% are at risk. And so with this kind of grim statistics, we can go on and on. I want to start by what the government has done. Briefly, what has the government of Nigeria done in response to COVID-19 that affects women? One is the Economic Sustainability Plan, which has been put in place and has comprehensive fiscal stimulus package in order to scale up social safety net programs. This has included conditional cash transfer programs, which I'm sure we'll talk about later. And we have also increased investments in health and education, and especially in the 2021 budget of economic recovery and resilience. Through fiscal reforms, we have also provided tax relief, from the Finance Acts of 2019 and 2020. There has been tax relief for MSMEs, a significant proportion which are women-owned. Then we also have the Nigerian COVID Action, Recovery, and Economic Stimulus Program, or CARES, C-A-R-E-S, which is currently being developed to support state government budgets in their response to COVID-19. We also recognize that our investment in women must begin with investment in our girls. So the government is working on Adolescent Girls Initiative for Learning and Empowerment, what is known as AGILE, which will improve access to secondary school in the wake of COVID-19. AGILE and other education programs have been adapted to support distance learning and mitigate the risk of girls not returning to school. There are other programs we have, like the YESO, Youth Employment and Social Support Operation, which has started since 2019 and is still on, to be able to encourage and empower poor youth, especially girls and women, to give them access to better opportunities. In our plans, we are having a successor plan to the ERGP, which we have. This next generation plan, the medium-term plan of 2021 to 2025, as well as the long-term plan, which is known as Nigerian Agenda 50 or 2020 to 2050. We are focusing on ensuring that the plan is gender responsive and have at least 2 technical working groups in addition to the ministry that is focused only on gender equity and gender issues. Now, let me go quickly to what I think we should do, and I'll not spend too much time. I think, my response in terms of investing in women to get ahead of COVID-19 will be divided into 2, short-term measures and long-term measures. One is expanded access to transformational soft skills. A disaggregated analysis of women in the vulnerable position will likely reveal that a different individual baseline. Moreover, a major consequence that will outlast the raging pandemic is the changing face of work, where and how it is done. Just like this changing face of our conference, we wouldn't be having this, online if things had been normal. So work has changed. Substantial number of women may therefore achieve an early comeback through specific skill upgrade that will retrieve them from obsolescence into industry relevance. The upside is the likely latitude that independence of retooling women, they'll gain independence if we retool them along this path, and that may, help them come back to work or hang on to the work that they haven't. So we need to retool them and make them relevant for the work of today. For example, successful transfer of market-relevant digital skills to women, to our girls who are in school, will drive their ability to work remotely, become more industry mobile, and create time for other crucial engagement. We have women who are mothers and working remotely will suit their purpose instead of leaving work altogether. But this must begin with our girls while they are in school. We also have market access and linkage. Majority of our affected women in Nigeria are in the informal sector traders who have lost not only their income and capital, but also significant visibility and customer base. It is important, consequently, that the intervening actors in both public and private sectors must act to bring these folks back into market relevance. A number of options are on the table. We may act to mend the evolving supply side issues, as some of the women have lost the understanding and support they once enjoyed from their suppliers. On the demand side, we must proceed on deliberate efforts to hatch business revolution that will connect clusters of these traders to bigger and structured opportunities. As women and leaders in different spheres, let us consider as part of our individual-led investment on the average woman on the streets. Income support and cash transfer, which the government is already doing, but that doesn't have to be government alone. Cash transfer may represent the quickest lifeline required at the moment for some categories of women, and we all know them. They are all around us. A number are already struggling with accessing and affording the basic day-to-day necessities, especially those who have witnessed significant loss of income and employment opportunity. Let me state here that the realization of this financial gap is at the foundation of different cash transfer initiatives of the current government. Moving forward, collaboration from other local and international donors and partners, and those of us on this platform, is indispensable to expand the safety net to millions of unreached or yet to be reached households. Information and access facilitation. Women lack quality access to beneficial information, and this is an underlying contributor to poverty prevalence among the female gender. Therefore, as we carve our way back to national recovery, a critical woman-centered decision will be to provide them with beneficial information and facilitate their access to connect opportunities. Public sector interventions and private support may never have sufficient advocacy component, but our own individual or group efforts may connect women to those opportunities. Let's discuss the long term, just one or two. The COVID-19 has exposed our collective vulnerability, and we must prepare adequately to speed up our national recovery and position ahead of possible future shock. One is the gender-responsive educational system. It is imperative that both public and private sector collaborate to drive substantial investment into expanding access and quality of our educational system. The educational system may also need to undergo structural changes that will infuse the flexibility and dynamism of a segmented audience. Long-term recovery from COVID-19 will never be complete until every woman, regardless of her age, marital status, economic class, have unhindered access to education. Technology will have a dominant relevance here, and every actor must respond adequately to forge the underpinning alliance, specifically ladies. And education and teaching should be dispensed with a customized approach that guarantee equal and facilitated access, not only to the young girls of Metama in Abuja, but those in Alade at the coastline, or those in Inewi, or even Mubi or Kutunkarfe somewhere. So every part of Nigeria, we must be able to give them this education. Expanded access to education will unleash profound influence on labor force participation of women and bridge the gender pay gap. Facing out inequality through non-discriminatory education should hence remain at the core of our COVID-19 recovery. Investing in broad social protection and basic technology, we have come to points our national history where prioritizing heavy investment in social sector is no longer a choice. COVID-19 has shown that the breaking point of most resilient and advanced health system in the world can be breached. Part of the lesson we have learned from COVID-19 is not only the susceptibility of females to the infection, but also to the fallout in terms of caring for the sick household members. A lot of women lost out on key livelihood opportunities in this regard, and in some cases, suffer from health consequences. Investment in robust social services and protection will insulate women significantly and will stimulate their economic stability and aggregate demand in larger society. In conclusion, the indispensable role of women in Nigeria and global economy underscores the non-negotiable investment that must be committed to pull out the vulnerable ones from the brink of the trap of poverty. I will not conclude this speech without calling on us all to act and dare to transform the lives of women in the margin of society. I urge all the intervening social sector organizations to get more focused by toning down the sensationalization around women poverty or social support and get to work. We must mobilize adequate resources to complement government investment. I also want to see the initiation of a non-political coalition of gender-responsive societies to aggregate and lead the efforts to support women at this time of need and beyond. Let us remember, our nation's economy cannot be adjudged to have recovered until the affected women population have been retrieved from COVID-19. Thank you very much for this.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mrs. Sarah Alade. You really are the right person to brief us about government plans in support of women post-COVID-19 as the special advisor to the president on finance and the economy. And may I also add, the first female deputy governor and acting governor of the central bank. Some of those statistics are really quite alarming, but the journey of 1,000 miles begins with the first step. And so we are moving forward. Can we now take the special message from the Honorable Minister of Women Affairs? Is it ready?
Good morning, Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Happy International Women's Day +3. As Nigerian women and other stakeholders join their counterparts around the world to observe the 2021 International Women's Day, I want to congratulate the Managing Director of Bank of Industry, my dear brother, Olukayode Pitan, for sustaining this celebration as an annual event. He is a great champion of Nigerian women and indeed a true he for she. The theme, Women in Leadership, Achieving an Equal Future in a COVID-19 World, is a call to action. The hashtag, Choose to Challenge, opens up opportunities to reflect on where we were, where we are coming from, where we are, and where we hope to be. I've been invited to speak on the topic Investing in Women as part of national recovery from COVID-19. Today, the virtual space has become the normal for engagement as COVID-19 continues to ravage the world with no cure in sight. Indeed, life will not stop for pandemics. Today, we celebrate Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala as Director General of the World Trade Organization and the lives of Her Excellency Amina Mohammed, Deputy Secretary General, and all the great women who have transformed into great entrepreneurs under the Bank of Industry. Congratulations, great Nigerian women. This is a physical manifestation of investing in women and what it takes to make the necessary change in national recovery from COVID-19. The saying goes that an educated girl who becomes tomorrow's mother has many choices and is better empowered to take charge of her life, her family, her community, and by extension the nation will be better for it. This is why the Bank of Industry must support our priority of the education of the girl child. Engaging women meaningfully in any communal building process is imperative to achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. We must therefore innovate ways to ensure we eliminate gender-based violence, promote safer schools, improve access to maternal and child care, provide basic infrastructure in our communities to stem rural-urban migration, strengthen existing financial institutions to provide better access to finances for women with low interest rates. Over the years, women's engagement in appointive positions has increased in the past few years, but it is not the same with the elective positions. People always ask the question, what more do women want? And I want them to understand that women bear the brunt of the health, social, economic fallouts of crisis especially with COVID-19. Yet their participation in decision-making in respect to the pandemic responses fails to reflect this. Yet it is obvious that when they lead, they bring transformative changes to communities and the society at large. As the world, including Nigeria, continue to grapple with the effects of the pandemic, climate change, gender inequalities, conflicts, and other vices, it is clearer that women's leadership is key to addressing these challenges. Despite the unique experience they bring to the table, which is obvious, violence against women in public and private life is also becoming a pandemic. They deal with hate, discriminatory norms, inadequate finance, policies that make it impossible to rise through the ranks harder. The list is simply endless. Interestingly, despite the initial absence of the gender perspective in designing COVID-19 response and recovery programs, including distribution of palliatives, the prompt response to the spike witnessed in the wake of lockdown measures to flatten the curve of COVID-19 opened the much-needed vista for initiating policy guidelines to lead the process of mainstreaming gender equality at all levels. As we champion the cause of attaining the next level of socio-economic prosperity in Nigeria, let us ensure that no woman is left behind. The virtual space has come to stay, and it is now the new normal. We must leverage on the countless opportunities of the virtual space to create safe spaces where women are able to access real-time information and support as it affects their health and well-being, including increasing women's access to wealth creation and financial independence. Let me conclude by saying, though we have been challenged by banditry, insurgency, and activities of killer herdsmen, we are guided by the need to take urgent steps to mitigate the effect of unsustainable patterns of development, which continue to reinforce gender inequalities, whereby women and girls are often disproportionately affected by political, economic, social, and environmental factors. Once again, I urge you all to stand up against all forms of violence and injustice against women and girls. If you see something, say something, and boldly. Let us together challenge all forms of discrimination against women. Let us challenge gender-based violence. Let us challenge gender inequalities. Let us challenge all societal stereotypes that work against women-owned businesses. I thank you all for your attention. I choose to challenge.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister for Women Affairs, Dame Pauline Tallen. Now, listening to her message, she was talking about the pandemic, quite all right, but she also mentioned a parallel pandemic, the pandemic of gender inequality, and the need to fight discrimination with every tool that we have at our disposal. Many thanks, Honorable Minister, and happy Women's Month. Now, before the Honorable Minister spoke to us, I was introducing our next guest, a special guest indeed. And this is a woman who has spent the last 30 years in the banking industry. And of course, the industry has benefited immensely from her expertise. Amongst other notable assignments, she served as Executive Director at First Bank of Nigeria, PLC, where she was responsible for the Corporate Development Division and the Corporate Finance and International Division. Well, having also spent 9 years as MD CEO of the Bank of Industry Limited, she is eminently suited to speak on the importance of investing in micro and small businesses as part of Nigeria's economic recovery from COVID-19. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mrs. Evelyn Oputu.
Thank you, Bimbo, for that introduction, although you make my head swell a bit by talking about me that way. but perhaps we need to celebrate all of us as women so that we appreciate one another.
Absolutely.
The topic that I have to talk about is one that is very close to my heart because we know that this pandemic, Nigeria, when we were at the bottom of a recession, we were just about to recover from that recession when the pandemic came. Then we had it also with the oil price war between Saudi Arabia and Russia that actually got our price to negative. And if you realize that we have a product economy, it just wiped us out completely because we had to try to hang on to the value of the naira, which was depreciating. The extent of the pandemic and the double whammy of the oil price fall, we can't begin to appreciate completely at this point in time. When I got the topic that I needed to speak on MSMEs, I was pleased. At the same time, I was also sad because the MSMEs is where women participate. In a very patriarchal world, which all the women and all of us know about, women are always the worst hit by poverty or any issue that occurs. However, we found that in our society, we responded very quickly. The central bank tried to shore up all of the manufacturers to be able to respond to these challenges that we faced. If you look at what happened during the pandemic, those winners, the winners in the pandemic were those in the big trading companies like Alibaba and Amazon, the IT companies, Google, Netflix, and the manufacturers. All of them depend on the manufacturers. The manufacturers are the ones that will push and will continue to push the recovery. And therefore, if we continue to dwell on the problems, we'll have a bigger issue. And so I say, MSME is where women, that is the only place we play in a patriarchal society that does not want women to sit down with the rest of us, because for our part too, we sometimes do not want to sit there. And what the previous speaker talked about, trying to get women to, young girls, to think about themselves as leaders is important, because most of us still do not consider ourselves that. Now, MSME is because we play there, that is where the bulk of women play, that is where we must concentrate. And how do we want to change our situation using MSMEs? For my part, it is very, very simple. We have been told that the economy is going to expand by between 1.9 to 2.2% in 2021. That is nothing. The growth is not even enough to stimulate growth that will affect the vulnerable, such as us women and the youth that are causing all this trouble. Nothing, it will not stimulate the economy. So how do we stimulate this economy to make it work for us all? For my part, using MSMEs is very simple. That is where we're supposed to go. MSMEs form a part of the global value chain anywhere in the world. They are responsible for 70% of all the jobs, not just in Nigeria, but also globally. They are responsible for 50% of the GDP. And therefore, if you want to push it up, if you want to grow the GDP, you must concentrate there. But how do we concentrate on MSMEs with all the challenges we have, where women play, where women are discriminated against? Simple, very, very simple. You take the value chain, take the manufacturers, you take the value chain, you look at all of the products we have in our country, and we look at those products where we have a comparative advantage. And then we segregate them. We divide all of the manufacturing and all of the products into sectors. So we have oil and gas, which is taking care of itself anyway. So we have oil, palm oil. So we start with the palm fruit, we do the palm kernel, we do the palm oil, we do the palm kernel cake, we do all of that, and we take it. There are factories and manufacturers that require those input raw materials which had originally been imported. They were imported for several reasons. One is because as a group of people, as Nigerians, we were not particularly concerned about the quality of the products that we look at. So when a large company comes to buy your product, you don't meet the quality. The second thing is that you also are not sufficiently reliable. If they buy from you today, tomorrow you just may not be available to give them the product. So the linkage that I'm thinking about is as follows. We take the large companies, the large corporations, which already have, they already understand the value of producing to international specification. And we link these small companies to them in terms of the value chain, but only where we have comparative advantage. Then we take all of these small MSMEs and put them in clusters. Because when you take one MSME, it's so vulnerable. You have to practically be a local government to be able to produce anything. If a bank like the Bank of Industry that has demonstrated absolute commitment to the good of the people and the good of industry that is supposed to do, it remains the only one that is standing as a good development finance institution. They will be able to assist the entire process by ensuring that all of these small companies are put together in a cluster. We put them in a cluster and we get the larger user of the end products of these small companies to provide them with the value in terms of quality, in terms of assured taking of all of their products, and also in terms of reliability, corporate governance. In order to do this, if you put them together in a cluster, you have to provide power, you have to provide water, you have to provide all that it takes for them not to be so vulnerable anymore. Because as a cluster, you will now begin to operate in a manner that you become sufficiently profitable and your price lower that you can compete with other nations, so that the large company is not tempted to go and purchase the goods from China, which is being subsidized by its country. Therefore, the need for us to have this value chain where we have the comparative advantage is very, very important, both for the manufacturer and for the small business. The average woman, therefore, if she knows that tomorrow, if she produces 10 tons of starch, that a company is going to take, it's going to stay there to produce it, and she's assured of not just the end product, but also a price. When we do that, we also want to ensure that all of the ministers that are here, that have demonstrated that they want to support the women, that the policies remain flat. So it's not sufficient to say company X that is buying starch or company Y that is buying this product from, that has traditionally imported it, that you are going to buy it from me, that I'm a small business, then 2 years down the line, when I have ramped up and produced enough, remove that, and you say that they can import it, then it becomes very difficult. That's one. So the policy has to be firm. The second thing is that we have to begin from now to ensure that all of the companies that produce, that manufacture in Nigeria, if there's any way they can actually obtain their input raw material from the local production, increasing the quality and the quantity. I'm not saying that it should be banned, but there should be a limit to say you cannot import. You can start by actually utilizing 20%, just like the former Minister of Agriculture did, that you have to use 10% of the local cassava flour for milling, and not to change it after 5 years or 4 years when that minister leaves. It has to be consistent for us to be able to trust what you do. So that's the first part that I would say would assist the MSMEs to have enough confidence. The second part is, we've heard everybody talk about finance, funding. We have to be able to fund. I think the managing director of the Bank of Industry said so, the minister said so, and I think also Dr. Sarah Alade, we talked about funding. Funding is one part of it. You have to be able to fund at a sufficiently attractive interest rate, but that is only part of it. It is a necessary but not sufficient. If you fund me at 5% and you make the moratorium 6 months, 12 months, it's not sufficient for me. You have to be able to fund me and give me sufficient moratorium of 18 months, 24 months, so that I will be able to ensure that my equipment are down running before it is possible to start to pay. The other thing that we have to do is not just the moratorium and the funds. You have to give me capacity. I have been producing gari for my local people, and they are quite happy with, we always say this is Nigeria. You have to, I don't know these big companies. And as a woman who is oppressed in her society, who is supposed to be seen and not heard, we most of the time don't have the courage to be able to walk up to those big companies to say, I produce this starch that you need for goodness sake to be able to produce in your, why would you want to buy it outside of me? They don't want to know you. So we need a bank like the Bank of Industry to assist these women in the SME space to connect them with the large corporations. We need that sort of connectivity. He has said, we're going to take up the managing director on that they have at least 30 companies, 30 institutions which they have capacity building. We need the capacity building to be able to tell the women how to do it. How do you actually approach a business? Do I need to go to how? What do we need to do? It's not sufficient to just tell me how to run a business, but how to do it. I think the original MC said that she doesn't have her papers right. It isn't just the papers. If you know the extent of your business, the capacity building that is coming from the Bank of Industry itself that is going to provide you with a consultant that will tell you how to do it, is very simple. You don't really have to go too far. It's once you know how, and you need to know the person who's going to show you how to do it. That for me, in terms of the cluster, in terms of being able to, when you put them in a cluster, most banks usually say that SMEs, we are really a problem, when you are dealing with a woman. The woman, we will talk and talk and talk. This is what we want to do. That is not what we want to do. However, if you put us in a cluster, women are the best in terms of payment terms. We don't owe. We pay everything that we owe. We are nurturing as a group. So if you put us together, you give us water, you give us power, the bankers will no longer be afraid that we are going to sell those things because they're there all the time. They come. We have issues with the regulatory authorities. So NAFDAC is going to come and shut you down, tell you that you haven't produced according to what you should do. So what you do, you have all of them in that cluster. So I'm going to appeal to the Bank of Industry and the commercial banks to assist in resuscitating the MSME space, not just lip services, say we give them this kind of money, but giving them the base support that is required to put the linkage right through. Because we do have goods that we have comparative advantage. And when I say linkage there, it is not sufficient to just for us to produce, and we send off semi-processed goods like the cocoa, process it a little bit, and then it is reprocessed somewhere else and re-imported to us. We're losing jobs. We're losing jobs for the young people, not just for our children. And we're losing a foreign currency. We are not sufficiently diversifying the economy. So for me, the cluster concept, that's the challenge I'm giving, not just to the Bank of Industry today, but also to all the commercial banks that claim that they support women, that claim that they understand what it is to be discriminated about against. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Oputu. I think that is a wonderful point that that you're making there about putting MSMEs into clusters. Generally, you've spoken about how best to utilize the value chain within the manufacturing sector. We are very, very grateful for your insight. And clearly, too, from what you say, if efforts are made to limit importation, then that will certainly help to boost local production, and our women will get more of a look in. Thank you so much for joining us, and happy Women's Month. I didn't want to say Happy Women's Day because it's past, but Happy Women's Month. Right, we have another special guest, Mrs. Rosa Whitaker. I believe she's joining us from Ghana today. Is she in the house?
Yes, I'm here.
Oh,
thank you so
wonderful.
much.
Oh, fantastic, fantastic. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I think I have to introduce you as a woman who has contributed immensely to the growth of trade between Africa and the United States. For those who don't know, in 1997, you were actually appointed by President William Clinton to serve as the first ever Assistant U.S. Trade Representative for Africa, a position which you continued under President George Bush. I'm made to understand that you were one of the major facilitators of the African Growth and Opportunity Act, AGOA. Well, currently, Mrs. Rosa Whitaker is president and CEO of the Whitaker Group, TWG, which she founded in 2003. TWG is a leading project development firm. It advises global brands who wish to invest in Africa. And the company actually makes its own investments in African companies. I don't think it would be going overboard for me to say that Mrs. Whitaker is one of the world's foremost experts on African trade and investment. Please welcome Mrs. Rose Whitaker.
Thank you so very much. Thank you so very much. I'm very honored to be here. And I want to first start by applauding the Bank of Industry, particularly Olukayode Pitan. The Bank of Industry really demonstrates that mainstreaming inclusivity, gender equity, economic and environmental stewardship are not at odds with building a successful financial institution. And we need more models like that. But I will be very brief, but let me just say, I think we're seeing the best of times and the worst of times for women globally. And what we see happening across the globe, Africa and indeed Nigeria represent a microcosm. So what are we seeing? What is happening? As Mr. Pitan mentioned, as we celebrate International Women's Month, we have 25 women that are heads of state globally. And that is a cause to celebrate. I think when International Women's Day was started in 1911, they probably couldn't even imagine 25 heads of state, but it's still less than about 12%. We're talking about 25 countries out of 195 countries. So that is, that tells us that there's a lot of untapped potential, and it vastly demonstrates the disparity. And according to the United Nations, at this pace, in terms of achieving gender equity at the head of state level, it will take us 130 years. So there's a reason that we have to challenge this orthodoxy that says that women can't. And we also know that, as has been established by the other distinguished panelists, this pandemic has taken its greatest toll on women for a number of reasons. We know that 47 more women and girls have been pushed into poverty as a result of COVID-19, now raising the global poverty level of women and girls to 435 million. That means 435 million women and girls living on less than $2 a day around the world. And we also see that the informal sector has been among those sectors hardest hit by the pandemic. Sectors where women dominate, in whether it's teaching, frontline healthcare workers, retail, trading, those sectors have been the hardest hit. So this pandemic has widened both the gender and poverty gap, but we should do something. And when we talk about raising our voices, we should also be talking about specific action. We have the impetus to be active. We know that in the world, if we did nothing but solve, and it's a big thing, solve the gender equity issue by 2025, $28 trillion would be added to the global economy. In Africa, $2.5 trillion would be added. Now that's larger than the economic stimulus packages being offered by the developed countries. President Biden just got his economic stimulus package, $1.9 trillion. But if we would even get a greater result, if we would deal with gender equity. So let me just briefly say, what should we do about it? I think that we should, one of the things that we can do is to choose to challenge the outdated orthodoxy. And we should do it with action. I think we need to act with our voices and purchasing power. Women make up 50% of Africa's population, but drive 70% of the consumer spending across the globe, across Africa. Across the globe, women spend about $32 trillion annually. In this challenge, what if we came together and say we are going to choose to only spend and recognize with our spending and our purchasing power those businesses that are serious about gender equity. So what if we did that? I believe that gender equity would be mainstreamed across many corporations, and you would find a lot of companies doing what the Bank of Industry has done. We also need to support the women who have risen. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, she's a dear friend. I saw what she went through. I saw her get an international consensus only to be stopped by the decision of one president. So we need to support those women because we have 3 women now of African origin that have risen to historic levels on the global stage that we've never seen. We have Kamala Harris, the first ever woman of color to serve as Vice President of the United States. We have Dr. Ngozi, the first ever to lead the WTO. We have Monique Nsanza-Bagwamwa, the Africa Union's first deputy chairperson. So we need to support these women as they also bring up other women. We also need to innovate and create these kind of interventions that we've heard of about today. I really think that the Bank of Industry has done a great job in their special facilities to support small and medium-sized and micro enterprises to support women. I love what they're doing, the partnership with the Skills Academy with Procter & Gamble. Procter & Gamble happens to be a client that we've worked with. It's an excellent company. And through partnership, much more can be done. I wanted to say that if I had a specific suggestion for the Bank of Industry, I would say, do more of what you're doing and create more international partnerships. I love what Mr. Pitan said about the partnerships they've created with the international partners, Islamic Development Bank. Well, in the United States right now, I believe President Biden will have the most women-friendly administration that we've seen in the United States. I have reassembled the coalition, I'm doing that now, that we created to get the African Growth and Opportunity Act done, to create and establish and propose before the Biden administration a new US-Africa economic policy. As a part of that policy, we are including more trade benefits, tax incentives. We're looking at, for the first time ever, leveraging the $11 trillion US bond market to provide long-term capital for infrastructure for Africa. In all of these activities, you will see women mainstream. We haven't done it, but I believe we have the force to do it, and there is a lot of support so far. And what we need, though, to make these policies work and investments work in Africa, we need strong partners. And so when I say that the Bank of Industry could be a great partner and have more partnerships and do more, that is what I mean. And what I also like to say is that trade has proven to be a vehicle to reduce poverty. In that same manner, trade can be a vehicle to reduce the gender gap. And I just want to end there and say that I believe that in trade, digitization is one of the greatest contributions we can make. Improving the skills for digitization to put more women into the digital economy. Why? Because I believe that Africa will not take the traditional path of industrialization as Asia did. I believe that through digitization, sub-Saharan Africa in particular will leapfrog, and we are already seeing these new innovations in fintech, very promising. We just need to put women in the game. Thank you so very much.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Rosa Whitaker. Thank you for your contributions. Amen to new terms of engagement between the American government and African governments. And I think bridging that gap, that 130-year gap that you spoke about, honestly, I think it's a matter of access and education and probably political will. And I love your suggestion about women engaging only those companies that prove and are recognized as being gender sensitive. It's a novel idea. Wouldn't it be wonderful if it could work? Thank you so much, Mrs. Rosa Whitaker, for joining us in our forum today. Well, actually, time is rather against us, and we have so much more to do during the day. I don't think we're going to have time for questions in this session. But if there are questions, there is a chat room, and those questions can be forwarded, and whatever of those questions can be answered later on by the gender business group. I can assure you that they will take good care of it. So what is left for me to do now is really to thank those special guests of honor who have graced our forum so far this morning. The Honorable Minister of Women Affairs, Dame Pauline Tallen, Special Advisor to the President on Finance and Economy, Dr. Mrs. Sarah Alade, Mrs. Evelyn Oputu, former MD and CEO of the Bank of Industry Limited, Mrs. Rosa Whitaker, President and CEO of the Whitaker Group. Thank you so much, ladies, for sparing time to join us this morning. We look forward to your making yourselves available again when the Bank of Industry calls on you. Mrs. Whitaker talked about partnership. So let me just say partnership, partnership, partnership. That is actually what's going to get us to the promised land. So thank you very much. We've come to the end of this session now, and it is for me to hand over to Adesua, who will take on the next part of today's forum.
Let me tell you that in the House, I did tell you at the beginning that it's raining women. Even in the media, we have top media professionals who are going to be anchoring different sessions. So it must be nice for me to recognize that Ms. Kemi Ajumobi is my co-MC. Tone Okewale Shonaya is the co-moderator, along with Mrs. Olukayode, and then Amarachi B from Channels. So ladies and gentlemen, I'm not alone on this, but I'm very, very pleased to introduce my next speaker. And she's a woman of many firsts. And I have a lot of things written about her, but the thing is, because I know her inside out, I can afford to speak off the top of my head. And I know that she's an author, she's a mother, she's also a pastor. I say a woman of many firsts. Accounting attracted her at some point in life. Law attracted her at some point in life. But chemistry was what she did. From chemistry, she's become a lot of firsts. And this woman today has a master's in business administration from the Lagos Business School and from ESA in Barcelona. Today, she sits on the board of ESA. And she did things that a lot of women wouldn't do. So a lot of women would be very proud of her, but some will be envious. Like me, I wish I could be you. But the truth is, we are who we are. She's an example, and she's an inspiration for a lot of young girls out there. And if we are challenging anything, she's been challenging forever, because the way she did her business when she was in the manufacturing sector made her stand out, because she did it differently with integrity. It is my pleasure, since 2015, this woman became the very first female to chair First Bank. So it's my pleasure to welcome and introduce Ibukun Awosika, Mrs. Chairman of First Bank Nigeria Limited, to give us a keynote address. We thank you for waiting patiently all this while. We know you have a lot of things to do, but let's listen to you today to charge us on, to challenge. I wonder what you are challenging today. Our keynote speaker, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Adesua. And first, I must apologize that I will only speak for a very short time at this point. I do have to join a board meeting that was scheduled for a time, and I'd followed the agenda to organize myself. So I'm already challenged for time. So I apologize in advance. I'm going to do the best I can within the few minutes that I have, and please forgive me. Bank of Industry is personal to me in many ways. I do have an ongoing relationship and a long-lasting relationship with many different parts of BOI from long. We think together, work together, and sort of, they're my people, let's put it that way. And so I'd like to acknowledge all the protocol that has been set up. Forgive me very much. I honor, I respect all the honorable ministers, all my dearest first ladies. And luckily for me, it's a day that too many people here are personal. They're my personal people. So I do not undermine any of you in any way. And the MD of the bank and everyone else. So please forgive me so I can do a bit more as I pay all the honor to everybody who is honored. The thing about having a keynote at the end of so many speeches is that you end up having to give a summary of all the speeches, because frankly, you know, you're speaking to the same issues on a particular day where the focus is on women. So a lot of attention has been paid to what I've been asked to talk about. My challenge that was presented by BOI is women, and women an integral part of Nigerians' economic recovery from the COVID-19. And it's clear if you think in terms of the population of the country and you split it, we're literally 50-50. Women are supposed to be 49.2 and men are 50 point something. That's in statistics, that's really a 50-50 situation. And the first main challenge is, how do you have a population that is 50-50 and you do not pay attention to maximizing every value and every gift that 50% of your population has to offer? That, as a business person, will not be a wise strategy. So the challenge for us as a nation is, before pandemic itself, we were behind the curve. The women were not maximal in terms of the opportunities that they have been given. The resources for women to actively participate, there's been a lot of improvement from about 32 years ago when I started business in my 20s to now. There are a lot of changes and a lot more opportunities that have been given to women, facilities that have been made available, a lot of specific attempt to include women in the processes and in the possibilities and the opportunities that will allow them to be economic participants. However, the truth of the matter is we are still behind the curve. And in a challenging situation as presented to us by the COVID-19 pandemic, a lot of ground has also been lost, because a lot of women businesses have been stressed out within that period. A lot of capital has been consumed within that period. And that's primarily because a lot of women play in the MSME and SME sector that are already quite stretched in terms of financial facilities. And the capital base for a lot of small and medium-sized businesses, it's almost non-existent. It's literally that they live from month to month and try to build up. There are many Nigerian female businesses that are scaling up, and there are a lot of opportunities being created for that to happen. I heard when Mr. Pitan talked about the investment, the $10 million investment in the Alethea Fund. Interestingly, I serve on the IC of the Alethea Fund, and I was part of the think tank for building that fund. And the meeting I have right after this, which I have to join because it's an international board, is actually Alethea, and it's about considering investment. What Alethea does is invest for scale up into women-owned businesses or women-focused businesses, which means businesses where you have at least 51% holding by female, or the market that business serves is at least about 75% women. So you have examples like that are going on that are trying to change the narrative. The reality is, over the COVID period, a lot of businesses have been stressed, especially the smaller businesses. So what must we do in order to be able to cover grounds, in order to resuscitate some of those businesses? Like the Honorable Minister of State for Trade, Industry and Investment said, I have the privilege of working together with her, with Mr. Pitan, the MD of Bank of Industry. We both belong to the steering committee of the government's intervention to resuscitate businesses post-COVID within the MSME sector. And what we've done over the last 6 months, I think it's about 6 months now, Mr. Pitan, is to try to provide the finances and the opportunities that is possible for businesses from micro, small, and SME businesses to bring their businesses back to life. And thankfully, the government was proactive in having a policy that said that 45% of beneficiaries of that fund must be women, which is the kind of direct intervention action that governments would need to make in order to deliberately help women businesses to be active part of rebuilding the economy of nations after post-COVID. I had a good smile. I think it was two days ago. CNN was having an interview with Melinda Gates, and she was talking about the actions that different governments across the world were taking in order to try to resuscitate businesses. And one of the good examples she gave in talking about women being helped to get back into business and direct intervention was Nigeria. And it was Nigeria and its direct payments to businesses like that under this scheme in order to help women find their way back. But there are a lot more things that we need to do that would have to be more long-term. There are short-term activities, like when Ms. Sarah Alade was talking, she talked about us talking about short-term and long-term. Yes, there's short-term interventions that we can take, which are some of the things that are being done. But we have to have much more longer-term structural decisions and projects that will help to sustain businesses, especially female-owned businesses, through this type of seasons. We've had one pandemic. Who knows what will come tomorrow? We've had Ebola before. We have other kind of crises at different points in time. They all do not come in the form of a global pandemic, but there are crises, especially in our environments. You have crises of power. You can have crises of weather, flooding, and stuff that would destroy a lot of resources that women depend on. You have crises in the individual lives of the women, loss of spouses, and all the attendants, traditional factors that come in with taking of the assets of the family from the woman that can totally throw her off in many ways. So we need to build some more institutional things, because helping women to be established in what they do is smart economics. It involves involving women as part of the solution for economic resilience beyond the pandemic is smart business, because women are good business, and investing in women to be economic drivers is a good decision for economic growth in any country. Apart from the fact that you are talking about investing in about 50% of your population in order to increase the national productivity of the nation. So what are some of the things that we must do? Think about this pandemic period and the lessons we have learned. As many businesses as were not plugged to digital platforms or able to use technology to operate their businesses within the period were completely shut down. If we were locked down for a year, they were locked down for a year. They had no means of engaging or means of transacting economically in order to generate any revenue. Yet there were businesses that were making money. Throughout, every business was not distressed. COVID was a blessing to some businesses. Largely, it was dependent on the structure of your business and how you were plugged in. What does that tell us? We must find a way to invest in digital literacy and to find how to plug women businesses into the e-commerce platform. Now, is every woman who is involved in business, is she at a level where she can on her own find her way into those platforms? Maybe not, especially when you look at the fact that the largest base of women participation in our economic sphere is at the bottom of the pyramid. There are more micro and small businesses that are female-owned businesses, and some of them do not on their own have the capacity to be plugged in. So what can happen? I know that the way BOI is structured, there's a lot of work that is done with cooperatives, with women organizations, and all of that. And I know that there are a lot of states and first ladies that have projects that are working to support women at that level. I know that I can see my sister, First Lady of Kebbi State, Zainab there, and I know that for her, that's something that she's very passionate about, working with women and young people in their state. And part of what we need to do is to create common platforms, common facilities. The way we create enumerators will help us to enumerate these women in order to be able to reach them with government intervention funds. It's the way we can enumerate these women, apart from training them to be able to use whatever platform they're used to. And we all know that the most viable platform for going to the bottom of the pyramid right now is a mobile platform, because almost every Nigerian, no matter their level, knows how to use their phone. And every woman, if you teach their children, even if you don't teach them, their children will teach them how to use their mobile phone to be part of the economic cycle and how to continue to do their business even within a challenge period. And as COVID packs its load and disappears, as many Nigerians want to say, then we must find how to re-engage, but how to avoid finding ourselves in the same situation where we're totally disconnected from the economic platforms that allows us to reach other people with the businesses that we do. So investment in digital literacy, especially through mobile platforms, it would be key for bringing women together and keeping them in the economic cycle. One of the other things that is key is in building clusters. We've been talking about this for, I don't know how many times I've spoken about this over maybe the last decade, talking about the importance of us building economic clusters in areas where we have comparative advantage. The individual people that are micro, small, and medium-sized businesses on their own might not have the capacity for engagement. When you're talking about plugging the micro, small, and medium-sized businesses into the supply chain, value chain, we need to cluster them so that you can standardize them, which is part of what Ms. Oputu was talking about. And she knows what she's talking about because I know that she did a lot of extensive work in terms of working with cooperatives and all of that when she was MD of Bank of Industry. It's about bringing them together, being able to train them because they're clustered in the same place, being able to teach them about standards because they're in the same place, being able to organize them to meet the volumes that major corporations need from them in terms of materials because they're gathered in one place. If you have 1,000 women or even 500 women in one cluster and you need a particular product that they all have the ability to deliver on their own, maybe each person can produce only about 50 kg. If you have 1,000 of them in one place, it means that if you give 50 kg to each one of them, you can raise 50,000 kg, which is probably which gives them higher negotiation power, which is probably more interesting for a factory or a company that consumes that product, which is probably more interesting for a company that buys that product in order to export. And therefore you organize them for higher participation and higher value, simply because we are solving the problems that will limit them individually. If they have limitations where power and everything is concerned, once you cluster them, it's cheaper for you to provide all of those things that hinder their ability to be competitive. You're also able to get better pricing for them because you're negotiating based on the kind of volume that they're able to bring to the table. That is one of the things that we've been talking about forever, but we need to move from talk to action. I know that BOI is actively trying to work with women across your different platforms and your different fund types. But I think one of the key areas that you really need to look at that is related to this cluster and other things like it is business infrastructure. I'm not talking about light or power and all of that. I'm talking about creating business infrastructures that allows us to aggregate the value that is within an area that we have skills in. Look, there are many small Nigerian businesses right now, if I give you an example, of women who are making products with leather. We have leather that is produced in certain segments of the northern part of Nigeria. They're processed to a certain level. We have a lot of women in the south, especially around the southwest, who are actively involved in producing competitive. I don't think any Nigerian woman needs to buy an international brand bag if she doesn't want to, because there are enough quality products that are produced by Nigerian women who are engaged in the industry that consumes leather as a raw material, producing various types of leather products to international standards, using finishes from different parts of the world. However, they are in micro units scattered in different corners of the town. They do not have their aggregate combined power. They do not have a common platform with which to sell their products and sell across to the world. As a country, we're not able to say that we're a major player in the fashion industry, especially in certain areas of fashion. And Nigerian women are extremely fashionable. But we're not just fashionable, we've become great producers of fashion products. But we do not have it as a known capacity because the individual manufacturers are operating as in silos, as individuals trying to find their own way. Yet, if you created a leather village, a leather products village, or a fashion village, or a place where you aggregate the common facilities that are there, there can be direct investments in what is required for them to upscale and upskill. And it would involve the training of manpower. Because there's a community, there'll be more people attracted to the industry. Because there's a community, there will be specialization, because division of labor will enhance the ability of each segment to deliver value. And ultimately, the overall quality of what that segment will deliver, both locally and internationally, will be increased. And the same can be applied across different kinds of products that Nigerian women are actively engaged in, but engaged in at really micro levels or at individual levels without the overall or the economic strength being pulled together because we haven't built the business infrastructure. And we can identify various segments of our economy where we have those strengths, we have those clusters emerging. We have them in different forms, and we need to find how we aggregate them in order to create capacity and to create volume, and in order for us to be a competitive voice in those spaces in the world. And I think that, I know that BOI has its focus areas in many ways, but I believe that you are particularly structured and in a position where you can look at some of those things. Yes, there might be need to tweak some of your direct policies, but those are some of the things that we actually need to do in order to enhance the sustainability of these businesses, because the tendency is, as long as they remain in their micro, small sizes and in silos, they are more at risk when we have situations like the pandemic. But when they're strengthened by their community and the opportunities that are created for them, they become more resilient businesses, and therefore they're able to survive and to take advantage of all the opportunities that are available within the period. They're also able, in a situation where, because of pandemic and situations like that, a lot of women have had to go back to their traditional role of caregivers in their homes and all of that. When they have the right structure, a lot of businesses can be run from homes or using a lot of virtual platforms in order to support what they do. So in general, what am I advocating? That we must develop targeted initiatives to ensure that women are empowered and continue to contribute to the recovery system and the economic growth of the country. We must deliberately boost women's participation in public procurement. It has to be a deliberate policy of government that when whatever it is that government is buying, we should start a register of women-owned businesses where we recognize businesses that are, and we grade them. We register businesses that are qualified, that are structured, that are able to compete in different sectors of the economy. And the government can go ahead and say, look, of every kind of procurement that government does, the same way we're applying for the 5% to our fund that Ambassador Katagum and I have the privilege of working together on. It's the same way that government can say, okay, 45% of government procurement has to go to women-owned businesses. It would increase overall quality, sustainability and stability and growth of women-owned businesses. People will pay more attention. The banks will be more willing to invest. Investors will be more willing to invest in female-owned businesses because they can see the opportunity pipeline. The biggest contracts in the country at any point in time are government-related contracts. Yeah, there are a few big private sector contracts, depending on different sectors. But the biggest spender within our economy at any point in time is the government. And if the government does not have a system to support its own narrative of wanting to build up women within the economy, which is smart economics, it's not a soft issue, it's not a matter of the heart, it's a matter of business, because women are shrewd, diligent business women, and they're loyal, and they are better at paying back. I'm sure BOI can give you their statistics and they would know that. And the banks, the commercial banks can give you statistics as well. When women take a loan, they are the ones that are more afraid to fail at paying back the loan. So they have a higher paying commitment than most men do, because women are more afraid when it comes to things like that. So we need to create pipelines to encourage and to build the confidence of women and to get them actively engaged. They should be able to compete in a meritorious way with opportunities given to them. If we're saying that banks must have 30% women on their boards, well, those are policies that are good and things that, but we need to apply those kind of policies across the board in different areas. And business is an area where we can do that as well. And government procurement is an area where that policy can be implemented. And that will make a massive change in the scale and the size of female businesses in the country. And when you have one big female business with a pipeline of supply chain that is tied to women communities and clusters and all of that, you find that overall, you uplift the participation of women in our economy. And if you increase the number of women that are involved in our economic activity in a sustainable manner, it can only be good for the GDP of this country, because we know that we're using much more of our human capital to deliver value for us as a country. I really must run. So I apologize that I cannot do everything I planned to do, but time, the way time went, is not the way I planned it, and it's not my fault. You know that. So please forgive me. Thank you very much. And I do wish every woman, and there's so many amazing women on the platform, the ones who are my sisters, the ones who are my friends, and every Nigerian woman is my sister anyway. So I thank BOI for the privilege and the honor, and I'm grateful for the chance you've given me to add my voice to all the great saying of the women since morning. And please forgive me as I disappear, almost like a minute. Thank you very much. God bless you. Oh, my challenge. Oh, God. What is my challenge? That every Nigerian woman will find her voice and she will find her space. And she will not be afraid to be everything that she has been called to be. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Awosika, for that call to action. You choose to challenge. And I think what took my ears more is more women's businesses must have access to government business. And but you did point out that they have to have a structured business, and they have, just identify, have a directory of qualified, structured female businesses and apply the 45%, and you will see what will happen. Growth will be multiplied, and we gain confidence in women businesses. Thank you very much, Ms. Awosika. And may we please all give her a round of applause as we give her the permission to pull out and go to one of our numerous board meetings. We thank you for your patience. In the same way, we thank you. We thank all our first ladies in the house for their patience. We thank all our speakers for their patience, and we thank all those who are watching for their patience. But before we go on, I just thought it would be nice for us to sing the anthem for women. It's International Women's Day after all. We have an anthem that is specially prepared. We'll take one verse of that anthem to refocus on why we are here today. It's all about challenging whatever it is that we believe is hindering women's development and women's movement and contribution to the socioeconomic status of our country and the world. So if that song is ready, let's quickly take that. And as we do that, we can all just rise and stretch our legs a little bit so we're not beginning to have, swollen feet. So we're going to take that anthem, and our first ladies are on cue to begin the next session of engagements with Bimbo Oloyede. So in the meantime, can the technical team please give me that anthem? Let's play it.
All across the nations, all around the world, women are longing to be free, no longer in the shadows, forced to stay behind, but side by side in true equality. So sing a song for women everywhere. Let it ring around the world and never, never cease. So sing a song for women everywhere. Equality, development, and peace.
Yes, that's it. So right now I'm going to hand over to Bimbo Oloyede, who's going to call on, unless women cannot be silent. Let's speak up, and that's what we're going to do now as we bring on Auntie Bimbo Oloyede and the First Ladies.
Thank you very much, Adeswa. The anthem is actually quite rousing. It makes one want to stand up and actually come to attention. But the words are very effective. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure once again to moderate another panel discussion. This one is no less unique than the first. In fact, it's one thing to choose to challenge yourself on a personal level. That is your choice. It's another to accept a challenge because you have no choice. But it's quite another situation altogether when you're thrust in the public eye and people expect you to rise to the challenge of the position you hold. Such is the circumstance within which our very special guests find themselves today. Although challenges are not new to any of them, their lives are a clear indication that change has always been their priority. No wonder they're adding value to their present assignments. So I'm pleased to introduce to you four of the nation's first ladies. First of all, let me welcome Her Excellency, Mrs. Bisi Adeleye Fayemi, who is the First Lady of Ekiti State, and she's going to speak to us through a recorded message. Her Excellency, Mrs. Betsy Obaseki, First Lady, Edo State. Her Excellency, Dr. Mrs. Olufolake Abdulrazaq, First Lady, Kwara State. And last but not the least, Her Excellency, Dr. Zainab Shinkafi Bagudu, First Lady, Kebbi State. Your Excellencies, you're very welcome to our forum. Thank you so much for being patient. Thank you for making the time to join our conversation. I think we're going to listen to their perspectives on several concerns. But first of all, let's listen to this special message from Her Excellency Erelu Bisi Adeleye Fayemi. She's a woman actually who spent the last 30 years advocating for safer, healthier, productive, and inclusive lives for women. And she really has made no secret about the fact that she's a feminist. She's working within the development space. She has been making various contributions towards the global struggle for women against patriarchy. She has also raised huge amounts of funds for development in Africa. So some of you may know that she co-founded the African Development Women Fund. And she's going to talk to us today about the role of financial inclusion in promoting women's leadership. So, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, please let's listen to this message from the First Lady of Ekiti State.
I'm really delighted to be here today speaking at this event. I thank my dear sister and friend, Her Excellency Mrs. Betsy Obaseki, the First Lady of Edo State, for inviting me to join you. I acknowledge all my colleagues and my sister First Ladies, and I thank the Bank of Industry for consistently engaging women and for all your efforts at ensuring that women feature prominently in all your activities. Every year, governments and citizens of the world gather to mark International Women's Day on March 8th and make the month of March a time to celebrate, acknowledge, and identify with women of the world. The theme for International Women's Day 2021 is Women in Leadership, Achieving an Equal Future in a COVID-19 World. We cannot achieve an equal future if women continue to live in grinding poverty. We will not be successful in our struggles against gender-based violence in Nigeria if women continue to lack choices that can set them free from abusive relationships. There will be fewer and fewer women in leadership if women do not have the financial wherewithal to compete in the political arena. Therefore, financial inclusion is key in ensuring that women can have affirming choices and live lives of dignity and respect. When women and girls are empowered, communities thrive and nations prosper. In Ekiti State, we place a premium on gender equality and women's empowerment. In addition to a robust legislative and policy framework to raise the status of women, there are specific investments we have in place focused on financial inclusion for women. Through government initiatives and private sector arrangements, there are resources available for thousands of women to start small businesses, access loans to scale up, engage in new ventures in agribusiness and textiles, and also access training and capacity building opportunities. There are also considerations for poor women in marginalized communities. I recently launched what is known as the Obunikete Women Empowerment Program, a savings and loans project which has 354 women's cooperatives across all the 177 wards in the state, targeting over 3,500 women. I have also encouraged networks of young women and professional women across the state to take advantage of training opportunities, relevant technology, and advisory services to enhance financial inclusion. In spite of the many obstacles in their way, Nigerian women have demonstrated that they are knowledgeable, capable, and experienced leaders at all levels in the political, professional, business, public, and academic sectors. However, systemic and structural barriers still prevent the vast majority of women from achieving their full potential. Cultural beliefs, mindsets, and attitudes which disempower women do not augur well for the growth and development of any society. The COVID-19 pandemic has stretched the capacities of many countries around the world and has widened the gender gap. Nigerian women are now more likely to be poorer, more likely to be excluded from employment and business opportunities, and more vulnerable to various forms of violence. A post-COVID-19 world cannot be one that leaves women behind. That would be a disaster for any emerging economy because of the immeasurable contributions that women are capable of making. And that is why this conversation around financial inclusion for women is extremely important. On March 8th, International Women's Day, Nigerian Governors' Wives issued a statement to commemorate International Women's Day. We called on the federal and state governments and all relevant institutions to demonstrate political will to ensure that the needs and concerns of Nigerian women are addressed. We also called for the enactment of laws or formulation of policies to address the inclusion of women and non-discrimination to safeguard women's interests, and where these laws and policies exist, we called for full and adequate implementation. We also need to ensure we involve more women in policy and decision-making at all levels. And we need to provide adequate resources for the empowerment, education, and training of women and girls. We need to continue to do whatever we can to promote a society that values everyone, that values men, values women, values boys and girls. We also would like to call on all private investors and all those who are thinking about where the next best investment can be, in addition to our government, to invest in women. That is not an investment you will ever regret. I thank the Bank of Industries once again for inviting me to take part in this conversation. I hope from this conversation we will all rise with the urgency that is required to ensure that no woman is left behind. I choose to challenge exclusion, discrimination, and inequality. Thank you, and God bless.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. This is a woman who obviously puts her passion into practice in her state. And of course, she has suggested that more women in decision-making positions should also make a difference, and perhaps some of the untapped potential that exists amongst womanhood will now come to the fore. All right, it's my pleasure to introduce our next special guest. Actually, she needs no introduction to the BOI family. In fact, if you're part of the financial sector, you will certainly know all about her. An illustrious investment banker, merchant banker, and more recently, development banker. Our guest was the former managing director, BOI Investment and Trust Company Limited, a subsidiary of the Bank of Industry. And talking about choosing to change, she must have introduced several initiatives as head, strategy, and corporate transformation in the Bank of Industry. However, she is currently head of business development in BOI. Of course, we know that that is Nigeria's foremost development finance institution. And this is a position that she retains even as First Lady of Edo State, a position which has enabled her to actualize her passion for development of girls and women. It is therefore my great pleasure to invite an accomplished accountant, banker, administrator, and development practitioner, Her Excellency, Mrs. Betsy Obaseki, to speak on investing in capacity building in women and girls to mitigate illegal migration. Your Excellency.
Former managing director of Bank of Industry. She was my boss, and at the time, former boss and mentor, Madam Evelyn Oputu. Greetings to special guests of honor and distinguished ladies and gentlemen at this webinar. I'm sure you're all familiar with our experience and our story in Edo State, how we managed to place ourselves on the world map as the number one destination out of which, or location, geographical location out of which the highest turnover of trafficked persons and illegal migrants has been recorded. It's a problem, a major problem, a huge problem that has it's been festering for several years, perhaps a few decades. And it became one that was endemic in society. There was a time when there was hardly a family in Edo State that didn't have a trafficked person or a trafficker. And so this problem, was really at its peak when the current administration came on board, when we came into government. And the governor decided that he was going to tackle the problem headlong. So in the face of stiff, resistance from all sectors, because this had become a billions of dollars trade in the community and the country and in the world. And there were so many beneficiaries, the traffickers, the trafficked persons and their families. And so there was stiff resistance. But with a strong determination, the governor embarked on a massive war against human trafficking in the state. He enacted his own indigenous laws, set up his own task force against human trafficking, got a lot of attention from international organizations, the European community, and a few other organizations who came on board to partner with the states to help to, reduce the incidence of human trafficking and illegal migration in the states. And so, as a wife of governor, you know that our role is only supportive, and to the extent that our husbands allow us. So when I first came in contact with first set of trafficked young girls that I came in contact with, I then decided to do my own bits, to support the work, the fight against human trafficking that the state government was embarking on. Realized that the state didn't have a shelter at the time. So with my husband's support, I set up a shelter, and alongside that, set up a training academy that I call the Edo Youth Academy, where I partnered with strong initiatives such as the Lady Mechanic Initiative, the Lady Cobbler, Amena Academy, Genius Hub, to support us with rehabilitating and training and empowering these young girls who had been trafficked and who had returned as returnees from various countries, Libya, Mali, Italy, and some other countries. And so with the determination to fight the scourge and the governor's resolve to bring about some renaissance, and to change the narrative, I'm proud to say that we have recorded huge gains and huge victories in turning around the story of Edo State. Edo State, as we speak today, is no longer #1 in Nigeria for human trafficking, but #5. So we've come down from being the state with the largest trafficked persons to the position of #5. And there were times when there was not one trafficked person recorded in Edo State. So we've achieved, huge successes with this fight. So in the course of this work, we found that with conversations I had with the girls, with research work done, investigations and all of that, we realized that the main reason why these young people left the shores of Nigeria. It was because they believed that there were greener pastures out there. It was all basically for economic reasons. We also found out that lots of them that were trafficked were people from indigent backgrounds. Most of them not educated, with little or no education. And so it was easy for them to be tricked and fooled and deceived into leaving the country and hoping and expecting that they have better livelihoods abroad. And most of them, we also found were the breadwinners of their families, because they went out there, whatever monies they got, they sent back home, to help train the younger ones, to support their families. And so even when I took some of these girls on and put them in the shelter, I found what we do is, it's the shelter actually is, for rehabilitating and empowering these girls and making them, worthy citizens again, to be able to reintegrate them back in society, and so they can find their feet again and make a living for themselves. So what we do is we train them for a minimum of a year. These academies are solid and well-established training centers, and the shortest period of training for different vocations, we train them in auto mechanics to become auto mechanics, female mechanics. We train them as shoes, to be able to make shoes, shoe cobblers, as caterers, people who can walk, because one of the academies is a hotel management and catering academy. Train them to become, dressmakers. Some actually get some photography and digital marketing type trainings for those who went to school. I have a girl in my shelter who was being trafficked because she wanted to raise money to go to university. She did very well in a school set. And so what I did was to get her tutors to teach her and prepare her for the JAM. She passed, and she's actually graduating sometime this year from college. So we also found that the critical element in rehabilitating these girls and boys was not just counseling and profiling and all of that, but that it was very important to ensure that they had solid, meaningful skills acquisition, that they were empowered economically and can stand on their feet and make a good living in Nigeria, because that was what was missing, and that was what they were seeking to achieve in leaving the country. So the issue of building capacity, empowering young women and girls is very critical in curbing this plague of, reducing the plague of human trafficking in Nigeria, not just in Edo State, but across the nation. Now that Edo is number 5, there are other states that have come up, and have, an increased incidences of human trafficking in their states. So what I did was, apart from what the government has done in collaborating with organizations like the IOM, the International Organization for Migration, the European Union, the Italian Embassy, through one of their agencies called, I can't remember the name now, GIZ, the German initiative. We have trained in the States a total of 5,000 plus returnees. And in my shelter alone, with the work that I've done in supporting the work of the governor, we apart from the shelter, we have done with these indigent girls and migrant returnees, we've trained close to 500 girls. Aside from that, I also set up a entrepreneurial training center for women entrepreneurs in the state as a way of just helping them to scale up their activities, scale up their businesses, and become more profitable and more successful in business. In partnership with the UNIDO, we set up a program called, I think it's designed by Hewlett-Packard. It's called the HP Life Entrepreneurial Training Package, where these women are trained, given the basic entrepreneurial and management, business management skills. And we recorded huge successes of, huge, leaps from original levels to, higher levels of profitability and turnover activities. So altogether in that, with that scheme alone, we've trained close to 1,000 small, micro and small female business owners. So in setting up the Edo Youth Academy, I also thought as a way of, catching them young and, attempting to stop this trend of migration early, at the early stage, I decided to set up a parallel academy, which I call the Betsy's Angels Academy, at the secondary schools level, where children after school, the girls, this is just for the girls, would go to the facility, a physical facility built to cater to 10 schools in around the vicinity, 10 schools per training center. And so the young girls after school go to this club, and they're given the same trainings as we have in the youth, the older academy. And these children are trained to become auto mechanics, and very early, you find that even at that early stage, you're empowering them and teaching them, that, listen, you have a skill, you can earn money even at this age, and hoping that, with this early empowerment and mentoring to improve their sense of self-worth and capabilities. Because if a child helps her father at home, for instance, to change a burst tire, sure, he'll give her some pocket money. And so at that early age, you find that they begin to get empowered and begin to have a sense of ability to earn money and to make a living. And so that hopefully would reduce the incidence of people being able to. When a little girl knows that she can do something to make money, it'll be very difficult for any trafficker, to convince her, later on in life and, get her out of the country. So we're doing that to catch them young. We're also working with women at different levels. Just launched a few days ago to mark International Women's Day, the third phase of an initiative that I set up to empower women, trying to bring on board my learnings in the Bank of Industry as a development banker, to bring it to play here in the States. So my main focus has been to empower women economically, empower them entrepreneurially, and to create as many successful businesswomen in Edo State as possible. Because the Edo people are known, we have an age-old reputation or history of, strength and resilience, and the women are known to be very strong, hardworking women in business and in, various fields. And so we're trying to reenacting that to bring about a renaissance, bringing us back to who we were before, the recent problem or the challenge of human trafficking came to cloud our glorious heritage. So the issue of empowering women and young girls early with education, with skills, apart from obtaining a certificate from going to school, it's also important to give these young girls, other skills, that would enable them to set up.
Your Excellency, thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Honestly, you have been doing marvelous work in Edo State. I think I have to congratulate you on the statistic of moving from number 1 to number 5. And I think it's important too to make a comment about the shelter that you have you've established, the training academy. Really, it's a lot of hard work, And I love the idea of Betsy's Angels Academy. Congratulations and well done. I can only say, please keep up the good work. All right, I think we need to introduce our next special guest. She's a woman who has spent the last 25 years as a respected diplomat, representing Nigeria at the highest levels in international arenas and within Nigeria's embassies in United Kingdom, in France, in South Africa. Having covered key portfolios such as education, welfare, industry, trade and investment, my guest has no doubt been one of the few Nigerian women to operate at such levels within the diplomatic space. Her experience at the international scene has no doubt prompted her to make impact within her state as she drives development projects, especially for youth, girls, and women. We're fortunate to have an opportunity now to listen to her thoughts on the importance of mentoring in enhancing women's leadership in Nigeria. Please welcome diplomat, administrator, and First Lady of Kwara State, Ambassador Dr. Mrs. Olufolake Abdulrazaq. Your Excellency, over to you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Thank you for having me. It's a real pleasure to be here this afternoon. And I'd like to thank the Bank of Industry. The invitation was extended by Her Excellency Mrs. Betsy Obaseki. And I'd like to thank the MD of Bank of Industry, Mr. Olukayode Pitan, and all the other people behind the scenes. I have a veritable number of family members and acquaintances and friends within the Bank of Industry space. So I thank you all for being here today, this afternoon. And I'd like to stand on existing protocol, which has been established earlier on. It's been a veritable, really who's who of speakers that we've had this afternoon, and I'm very happy to be counted amongst them. It is indeed a great pleasure for me to be part of this continued conversation on women development and inclusivity in leadership. And I'm happy to see that we've had so many women in leadership present here this afternoon. It is my sincere conviction that through sustained engagement such as this platform presents, an equal future that we crave will ultimately be attained. I commend the Bank of Industry for this initiative. Over the years, Nigerian women and their substantial role in policy making and nation building have become a matter for national discourse. Many are of the opinion that the Nigerian women are obviously marginalized, notwithstanding their competencies. And obviously, these are the things that we're here to address today on this occasion of International Women's Day and International Women's Month. Gender equality, and more pertinently, the need for women's presence in decision-making are very debatable. So many factors over the years have been pinpointed to have militated against the stand of women in both public and corporate space. Despite these numerous challenges that confront the women folk in the political, religious, and traditional arena, which we're tackling now, they have continued with their ambition, contributing their quota enormously in the political and national economic development of the country. According to 2006 Nigerian population census figure, women constituted 49% of the total population. I'm not sure it's changed much since. But there has been a gross gender gap, especially in political representation, economic management, and leadership. The importance of mentoring, therefore, in enhancing women's leadership is of paramount importance. The place of mentoring in enhancing women's leadership entails grooming women to have a say and a stay in what goes on around them, and a viable representation both in public and corporate spaces, and to be made to fathom their worth beyond mediocrity and ideology of inferiority. In my view, senior women have a huge responsibility for mentoring, both in the workspace and outside of the workspace, and supporting the younger women. This is particularly essential as many women will go through significant life changes during their career, or even just as women growing up at home. Like issues like having children during these changes, they can really benefit from some gender mentors. These mentors can not only aid their professional development, but build confidence and help proactively address challenges that will inevitably occur when they embark on their career. This will undoubtedly help these women find the balance of juggling family life and career. And I must say that in my own experience of being a diplomat of 28 years, it has really been of paramount importance that I had mentors in the space. I have old ambassadors that I call on. I have, our former ambassadors, former, ministers, and all these other places that I call on. Having it all when it comes to personal and professional life, you will agree with me, is no easy feat. And in this day and age, women tend to try to have it all. In my experience, one certainly can have it all, but maybe sometimes not all at once. Having a mentor can help navigate the complexities of when to prioritize one's career, one's personal life, and what steps one needs to take in the interim to ensure one succeeds in both. There is also a huge value in having female support and networking groups made up of women at all different levels. It is essential that we build supportive and strong relationships with colleagues and mentors so that they can share valuable advice and give supportive nudge when things are tough. Mentorship can also help to offset the challenges of judgment from other people by supporting young women as they create a work-life, home-life balance that they are comfortable with. Mentors can help to normalize this. By doing so, organizations will begin to take notice and enforce more supportive policies, while mentors aid women in succeeding, despite criticisms of the choices they may or may not have made. Interestingly, a national gender policy was released in 2006, which included a non-binding recommendation for 35% of decision-making positions to be held by women. We have gone far and large in this aspect in Kwara State, and I will mention that in a minute. Based on this premise and conscious of the impacts women can make, the present administration, under the leadership of Governor Abdulrazaq in Kwara State, has continued to accord women priority status in the day-to-day governance of the state since he assumed the leadership of the state. To the credit of the administration, many women were appointed members of the state executive. In fact, it was more women than men, while others got appointed as special assistants and close aides. The political participation and awareness that the Kwara State government granted women through this series of appointments further created a platform where women are directly involved in the development of the state and by extension, develop themselves and their fellow women. And it wasn't just in the state executive. We had women who, the head of service, the deputy chief of staff, the speaker of the State House of Assembly, and so many other people are women. And it's really a gender-friendly government. It is in this respect, however, that my own office of the First Lady of Kwara State, and the Ajike People's Support Center, which is a charity initiative I founded, have continued to support the social and economic advancement of our women and youths. And we will not relent in ensuring that we continue to promote the cause of the people of the state through lending our voice to advocacies, encouraging entrepreneurship, and promoting the well-being of our people to complement the efforts of government in those areas. The drive has led to the training of well over 6,000 women and more, counting, and youths in different skills of their choice by my office and the Ajike People's Support Center. Similarly, we have presented work tools that range from sewing machines, grinding machines, hair dryers, beauty and makeup kits, baking and confectionery equipment to over 2,000, 3,000 women and youth through the Ajike Skills Acquisition Program. This skills acquisition program always identifies, women, young women primarily, and youths that we can mentor and, provide work tools. And what we have found out is that it's important to actually give the skills. So we actually start with the skills acquisition programs to make sure that they acquire these skills before we now hand over the equipment to them. This is so that, in the past, we saw that a lot of people would just collect, work tools, what we call empowerment tools, and they would sell them on and then quickly go back into the poverty cycle because they didn't have a knowledge of how to actually utilize those tools. So now we actually try our best to train and mentor and make sure that they are very confident in their space. I don't know if anybody has been following the story of the blue-eyed woman in Kwara State, where she came to the limelight with her children, who are also blue-eyed children. They'd suffered extreme discrimination and so many other things, and were, you know, sort of on the sidelines of society, not being able to get anything. We made sure that we gave her the skills. She had some skills in some nursery type of nursing and dispensing of medication. And then we gave her skills also in makeup and makeovers, so that she now has clients that she tends to. We put her children in school, and we made sure that the Commissioner for Education was able to put some form of curriculum in place whereby people are taught that being blue-eyed, even though you're a Black person, is a normal phenomenon and can happen to anyone. So they were no longer called witches and set aside from society. It is very interesting to see how Riskat and her children are now thriving. Coincidentally, she's now reconciled with her husband, and a lot has taken place since. So this skills acquisition program and the empowerment programs that we do, interestingly, the beneficiaries of these schemes are selected from across the communities. And in Kwara State, we have 16 local government areas of the state that we do this in. All these initiatives are to ensure that women are empowered to contribute meaningfully to the family and indeed the community, as this will inspire them to maximize their potential. On this occasion of the commemoration of International Women's Day, while we primarily unite today in the spirit of celebration, we also must rededicate ourselves on many fronts. We must strive to ensure that all women can achieve their ambitions with equality in return. We must continue to denounce all forms of violence in our society, especially those against women, in consonance with what is obtainable in other parts of the world. As women, there is a wellspring of pride in knowing that we are so willing to support one another and to seek to obtain maximum benefit from our capacities. And we thank the men who also are involved in this, empowering women, the men that we call the he for she's. And they are unsung heroes in our eyes. Women from all walks of life want and deserve an equal future, free from stigma, stereotypes, and violence. A future that is sustainable, peaceful, with equal rights and opportunities for all. To get us there, the world needs women at every table where decisions are being made. When women lead, we see positive results. Some of the most efficient and exemplary responses to the COVID-19 pandemic were led by women. Jacinta Ardern, Prime Minister New Zealand, Angela Merkel of Germany, Tsai Ing-wen, President of Taiwan, to mention a few, displayed good leadership in managing the outbreak of the pandemic. And we can see that in their countries, COVID is virtually non-existent. Also, women, especially young women, are at the forefront of diverse and inclusive movements online and on the streets for social justice, climate change, and equality in all parts of the world. Yet women under 30 are less than 1% of parliamentarians worldwide. We definitely must change this trajectory. Today further provides an opportunity for us to declare support for women assuming leadership roles as a means to achieving an equal future. This could include actions such as challenging stereotypes, calling out abusive behaviors, and supporting women's successes. It is therefore imperative for us to impress on our society to utilize every opportunity, such as presented by the commemoration of this day, to seriously do some introspection and come up with useful suggestions on how to harness the innate capabilities of our women by allowing them to flourish just like their male counterparts. I commend the Bank of Industry for putting this session together, and I urge you to continue to sustain this advocacy. We should all actively choose to challenge stereotypes, fight bias, and broaden participations, improve situations, and celebrate women's achievements. It is only through this that we can attain a truly equal future. I therefore say that I choose to challenge gender bias, discrimination, gender-based violence, and all forms of discrimination against women. Thank you all for listening. It's been my pleasure to be here.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Honestly, listening to you, you really do sound like a woman who is on a mission. And you're also doing a lot of work in your state. You raised a question. Well, I'm not quite sure that you posed it as a question, but you were talking about whether women can have it all. And it is a big question. Can women have it all? And I think you supplied a useful answer, frankly, which is simply that we can have it all, but probably not at the same time. Thank you very much for the efforts that you're making to change the socio-economic status of women and girls in Kwara State. Your Excellency, we appreciate your time and your thoughts.
Thank you.
Well, now we're moving on to the last but not the least speaker in this forum, on this particular panel. It's my pleasure to introduce you all to a woman who has spent the last 30 odd years or so in service to humanity in a different way. I was actually introducing our First Lady of Kebbi State. She has some slides that she wants to share with us.
Thank you. I must say I'm quite starstruck by meeting or being in the same forum with Bimbo Loyede from NTA Network. Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here, and I thank the organizers for the invitation and for asking us, myself and my colleagues, to speak at this forum. I thank my sister, Her Excellency Betsy Obaseki, for extending the invitation for the bank, from the bank. Bank of Industry is one institution that we are very proud and delighted with the role that they play in enhancing women and their productivity across all sectors of development. I was introduced earlier with a short profile, and I choose to speak about the health perspective that I've been asked to talk about from the angles of the different roles that I play. I am the spouse of the governor of Kebbi State, and that gives me a platform to impact upon women, children, and young people's lives, in particular, across various sectors. And of course, as a trained physician, I focus on their health. I'm not going to go into the details of this because they're not so different from what you have heard from my sisters. We all do our bits in varying ways and try to make an impact that will be lasting and sustainable, most of all. Prior to this, I have been a physician, a pediatrician, and I ventured into diagnosis after my training in the UK when I found that there was a discrepancy in the results that I was getting from the labs. And any physician needs huge support of the laboratories and the radiologies facilities to be able to arrive at that correct diagnosis. So for this reason, we set up the Medicaid Diagnostic Center. And through that, the foundation was born because we were meeting a lot of women that had issues. And as a woman, particularly in the northern parts of Nigeria, it's always assumed that you're not just the northern. My mother always calls me for the slightest thing. It doesn't have to do with pediatrics. I'm a doctor. Yes, she's a doctor. Her daughter is a doctor. And I have to solve everything from orthopedics to gynecology to neurology. So being in that space and providing the services of diagnosis to women, we got pulled into supporting cancer screening, diagnosis, treatment, and research. And this has grown over the years. This is way back before my husband became the governor. And so we had that platform to also use to impact upon the lives of women in the States. Today, we're talking about the International Women's Day, and it's the Women's Week and month. And there are a lot of issues that we choose to challenge that focus around all these words that you can see jumping at you on the screen. And they are things that we all come across in different ways. And I choose to celebrate all the high percentage of Nigerian women, both the ones that are living with access to all the things that they need, and the ones, the majority, the vast majority more than 60% of Nigerian women living in rural areas that do not have access to education, to good health, and to nutrition. And this becomes a very vicious cycle for them. And because their children get into that cycle and face all these issues and more. For us in the North, we're dealing with issues that have to do with banditry, insecurity, and a misguided religious ideologies, otherwise termed Boko Haram. This is impacting very greatly upon the education, upon access to health, upon ability to be reasonable entrepreneurs, even without the basic underlying education that that you would expect that women have in 2021. So it makes it even more difficult and harder for women to access any form of equity. There's also a great cultural hindrance. We do not have enough laws that protect women. Aside from the education that is not so widespread, it's very easy or I find that in our area, there is a lethal combination of cultural misunderstanding, religious misunderstanding, and poor education. And it gives you this horrible cocktail that ends up with high maternal mortality rates, high infant death rates, and all the things that we know. I also want to touch a little bit on the issue of girls in education. Yes, we have a high number of girls out of school in Nigeria, about 13.5 million, I believe. And we all do a bit to try to ensure that the girls improve their stay in school through various programs, menstrual hygiene programs. Her Excellency Edu spoke about her HP program where she's educating young girls and all that. But there seems to be a hindrance on the part of our young girls nowadays to venture into areas of science, technology, engineering, and medicine, that is STEM. And this worries me a lot. So I want to use this opportunity to ask the mothers, grandmothers, fathers, everybody, any he for she there, that we try to encourage our younger girls in particular. We must focus on the girls. We keep talking about equity and improving the laws, and we've had a lot of brilliant speakers, but I also looked in the question and answer area, section, and there's so many questions about how do I access these things? Now, this is us sitting here in a modern setting on a computer, able to use technology at its highest, even though we have these challenges on and off. But imagine these 60% of women in the rural areas that do not have the access. They don't know. My point is that they cannot reach these things, and even us sitting here cannot reach all the opportunities that abound and exist for us, if just in Nigeria today, or in my state in Kebbi today. How much more getting to the rural areas? So for this reason, I think we need to focus on education as the backbone of our development, and in particular, encourage our young girls to go into the science, technology, STEM sector. That way, we'll be building a foundation, or we'll be building better enablers to improve all the issues that we have around early marriage, around violence, around DVF, around maternal mortality, and so on and so forth, wherever you come from in Nigeria or any part of the world. So I choose to focus on encouraging our young girls. And to this end, we're going to be starting a new initiative. I'm not quite sure how it's going to work yet. It actually came about as a result of something that wasn't so nice that happened. And I looked back into the history of the Nigerian Medical Association and the Nigerian, especially the Medical Women Association of Nigeria. And I found out that there is a very, very poor percentage of representation of women from the northern part in leadership positions, even within that organization. So we're going to be starting an organization that is going to speak to all these issues, and we're not going to focus on awareness, but we're going to, from my experience in the Cancer Foundation, yes, awareness is one thing, but the next thing that comes is what next? What are you going to do to help me? How can I get rid of this lump in my breast? And you must have an answer for them, particularly from the seat where I'm sitting. If I am the governor's wife, I've had this foundation for hundreds of years. We have a diagnostic center. We have all this access, and I can't help people. So we must be able to do something. And that is why I want us, we will be focusing not on the awareness and talking about the issues. We all know the issues that our young girls have and the poor education and everything, but on supporting them, on supporting schools right from primary school, secondary school, and universities, girls only, and focus. And this is not coming from a religious angle, this is coming from an unequal angle. The fact that more girls are out of school than boys, the fact that more women are the ones that die when they're giving birth, the fact that it's women that have the greatest health inequity that you can find in medicine today, and that is VVF. VVF is an indication of poor health access, poor maternal care, poor antenatal care, and really something that doesn't happen in the developed world anymore because they have better education and better access to healthcare. So I'm going to stop here, and I hope that I have charged some thinking or some thoughts in everyone like all the other speakers have. And I will end by saying I choose to challenge all forms of inequity to young girls, particularly from the northern part of Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Dr. Zainab Shinkafi Bagudu, First Lady of Kebbi State, making a very passionate plea there that all of us, grandmothers like me, mothers like some of you who are participants, should please encourage our daughters and our granddaughters to engage in the sciences so that there will actually be an army of those who will fight against the ills that plague our society. Thank you very, very much, Your Excellency.
Thank you.
Well, time is really fast spent, and I'm not sure that we're able to take any questions right now, but I would still encourage our participants to please keep on sending in the questions, because in as much as their excellencies have been willing to be so patient and spend this amount of time with us, I suspect that even if questions are forwarded to them after this forum, they would be in a position to answer some of them, and you'll be able to get correct answers to your questions. There were some questions earlier on about how the rural women around the country can have access or get access to funds, and some concerns that perhaps rural women were not really being catered for. But I think, quite honestly, having listened to the four First Ladies, I think it is clear that huge efforts are actually being made to address the issues that women face at local government level. At least we talk about local government being a rural setting. So I want to thank tremendously First Ladies for spending time with us today.
I just thought we should give the Edo State First Lady the chance to do her challenge. You know, I mean, not just because it's my state, but because I think she hasn't done hers yet. So, Your Excellency, do your challenge before we let all of you go. While we thank all our excellencies, but please give our Excellency the chance to do her challenge. What do you challenge, ma'am?
Thank you, Ade. Well, I challenge female financial exclusion and gender-based violence in Nigeria.
Thank you very much, ma'am. And Auntie Bimbo, thank you. I think Auntie Bimbo, you were saying something about the messages in the chat room. But I would like to assure all those who are listening, who called in, that these questions will be addressed. We have staff of BOI in the house. In fact, the most critical that you should be talking to, who is the I don't know if they can highlight it just for a second. The person who sits atop the gender desk at DBC is in the house. She likes to hide, but at every day she needs to see your face. And then I guess we're good also in the platform, there's how you can reach. People are asking, how can I get the money? How can I do this? But I must remind them that while you're asking how you can get the money, we mentioned something before. You need to have the structure. You need to have the things done right. People don't just walk to try and get money. I tried, and I knew my structure wasn't right, so I'm still working. So kindly, it's good to say BOI is there to do all of these things. Oh, she's ready. Please, can we just highlight at DBC for a second while we thank all, Auntie Bimbo, pardon me, please. Can I go ahead?
No problem.
At DBC is in the house, just quickly, I need to put a face to, so they will believe that yes, we have people who care. Mr. Puto has been there throughout. So if Adebisi could just say, hello, everybody. We have one more testimonial to play. We have many more people who are going to share their experiences. We have one set of MC and moderators waiting to take over. We have Kemi Ajumobi. We have Tony Okewale. We have Tony Okewale Shonaya. We have Amarachi Obi who are waiting to take you through the next set of speakers. But first, I'm not going to stop hugging this until we get to see Adebisi. Ajayi. Where is she? People need to know that they're listening to you. Okay, you know what we're going to do? We can play the video testimonials if that's on cue. And I will dash and tell Adebisi to raw powder and make sure she shows up now. So as we leave Auntie Bimbo, I think it's time for us to step out now. It's been an interesting
Yes, I think it is.
Experience. What was it like for you?
It certainly has. Oh, it was interesting, very, very interesting and enlightening. You know, I'm energized. Honestly, I do believe that there is hope for us in Nigeria. I don't care what anybody says. The doomsday is not nearby. There is hope for us.
And I'd like to say, as I step out, there is 45% of the MSME funds are waiting for women. Get your act together. There's so much money waiting out there. Bank of Industry also has money. Get your act together and go and access it quickly.
I have a story to tell about BOI. I heard about their interest in helping women in that line of business, oil and gas. We don't have many women in that place. I heard about it and I spoke with someone who introduced me to them, who told me about the business. And I walked up to Bank of Industry by myself without knowing anybody there. And I give them my interest in that line. And of course, they were very much interested. And I went into giving them a business plan and all the things I need to do. I found that BOI is one bank that did not look down on startups. They assisted us with a loan to purchase the equipment, the vehicles, and the tanks and some of those things that we used. And it has really given me an opportunity to go into many things, which was difficult for me before their intervention, because you need capital, you need finance to be able to help women.
Before we got the BOI intervention, we were operating from home and we had just 3 staff. But with the support of BOI, we were able to acquire every equipment with the funds we got from BOI, which enabled us to convert our home business to an eating restaurant. And because of that, we could open a second branch in a year. We are immensely grateful to BOI for creating an opportunity for us to serve our customers better and create more jobs.
Since I started this business, and by the help of Bank of Industry, I was just doing it as a hobby. moving about with 1 or 2 sets in my booth, or I just make one occasionally when people ask for it. With intervention from Bank of Industry, I was able to not only set up a brick business, a place actually called Just Quilts with products to showcase. I went as far as being on so many social media platforms. I would implore Bank of Industry to go out there wherever it is that you're going to have local communities, that you're going to have women doing things. Have people like myself and other people around speak to them and tell them how they can upgrade their business. That small thing you have, make something big out of it.
For a company like Bank of Industry to believe in this dream working, I think it's worthy to mention, and not just believing in the dream, but believing in a company that is led by a woman. I would say was double A's to them, and so we had no one to benchmark against, and we were doing something that hasn't been done in this part of our world, and BOI came in very handy. They looked at the presentation that we had put forward to them, in the way that they could, not because it's led by a woman, but the papers speak for itself. And they believed in that dream and helped us to backward integrate and build the first smart card end-to-end manufacturing polycarbonate plant in sub-Saharan Africa. One thing about Bank of Industry, that it wasn't just about the money, but it was also about the way they approached it from a partnership platform. They were committed and had a sincere commitment in seeing that value was exhibited. It wasn't about equity partnership, but it was partnership in sharing knowledge, in sharing experience, in being there when we were stuck, just to share, look, how do we go about this? How do we go about, manufacturing? We all know that, unfortunately, the manufacturing terrain is still a very difficult terrain to be in. So having a partner like Bank of Industry sort of helped us to leapfrog a lot of the hurdles that we would have gone through, So it wasn't just about them being financiers, but also being partners. And for the first 2 years, they were committed to us and stayed with us all through until they saw that we could fly by ourselves.
Yes, those testimonials end our session here. I believe Kemi Ajumobi is on standby to take over from here. Kemi, are you ready?
Yes, Auntie.
Okay, please go ahead.
Thank you so much. I feel truly honored to be on the same platform with Auntie Adesoye and Auntie Bimbo Loidi, veterans in my field that have learned from over the years. It feels so good. I'm feeling really good with myself. Thank you so much for the privilege of access to know you, to learn from you. And thank you for setting the pace so that people like myself, can learn from you. You set the right precedents, and I hope I'm able to take it further beyond where you started from Auntie Adesoye and Auntie Bimbo. Thank you so much. God bless you. My heart blesses you. Thank you so much. Good evening, good afternoon, depending on where you are hearing us from all around the world. My name is Kemi Ajumobi, and I'm the Associate Editor for Business Day. I'll be taking over from here, and I would like to start, before I go further, by recognizing our special guests and stakeholders who we haven't mentioned before I go straight into what we're doing. Dr. Siju Iliomade, the amazing woman who is the founder and CEO of Arise Women. Mrs. Tomi Shomefun, the MD of Unity Bank. Hajia Bola Shagaya, the CEO of Craft Oil Limited. We also have Mrs. Abisola Longe. She's the CEO of HCDC Limited. We have Mrs. Funola Jolaoso. I'm a Yoruba lady, but I'm wondering that name. Forgive me. Mercy prevails. She's the MD, American Nigeria Limited. Then Mrs. Yamisi Wada. She's the CEO at Ashake Productions Limited. We also like to recognize the presence of Mrs. Hansatu Adegbite, she's the Executive Director of Wendy's. We also like to recognize the presence of Hajia Halima Dangote, the Executive Director of Dangote Group. We also have Professor Mojisola Adeleye, the Director General of NAFTA. We'd like to recognize Mr. Olusegun Awolowo, the ED-CEO of NEPC, Mr. Shegun Ajayi Kadir, DG Man, and Malam Farouk Salim, DGC SON. Thank you so much for gracing our occasion. I'm using R now. Somebody said to me, Kema, you already a staff for BOI. Why are you always BOI, BOI? I said BOI is it for me for now, while I multitask on other things. So thank you so much for being a part of this platform, for wherever you're watching us from. And I'm particularly excited about the next theme that will be discussed. But before that, I would like to say, I joined here at 10 a.m. and one after the other, I've been listening to the speakers speak about choosing, to challenge. And I said, you know what, Kenny, the truth of the matter is these women have been choosing to challenge the status quo even before the thing became popular like it is today. I have read about these women, I have heard them speak, I have interviewed them, I have watched them, and I can believe what they're saying because I'm the first recipient of the things that they stand for. It's always easier to listen to people when you've experienced them. I have experienced these women, and I'm glad to say that every word you said today is the truth. I have read about it, I have interviewed you, and you spoke your truth today. Thank you so much for speaking expressly your heart on various topics you spoke about today, from the First Ladies to our distinguished keynote speakers and every other person who has spoken here today. Thank you. The theme that we're going into right now is supporting and empowering women entrepreneurs to recover from COVID-19. Over time, I have spoken to people, women who have lost their businesses. They had a lot of losses because of COVID-19. So I'm particularly excited that BOI thought it wise, as for me, I see it as a commendable act to speak about these issues so that women can recoup. And like the biblical example says, that dry bones indeed can rise again in their businesses. So I'm looking forward to hearing their stories after the intervention from BOI. This session will be handled by someone who is passionate about what she does. Whether it refers to international affairs, like covering the US elections that saw President Barack Obama at the White House 2 times, or covering, African Union, amongst other stories. She's dedicated, she's intelligent, she's brilliant, and she's the anchor at one of the best, I dare say, one of the best TV stations in West Africa. And for that, I speak about Channels TV. Ladies and gentlemen, please do me the honors of welcoming the beautiful Amarachi Ubali as she takes over from here. Over to you, Amarachi.
Thank you so much, Kemi, for that introduction. After introducing me like that, I don't know what else to say, honestly.
Go right ahead. I challenge you to go ahead.
It's you're almost putting me on the same platform with people like Auntie Adeswa and Mrs. O, like we like to call her in Channels TV. But I still doff my hat to these women. These are women I grew up watching on TV. The women I've patterned my career after. I've listened to some really amazing speakers, especially the First Ladies' conversations with Mrs. O, and I really enjoyed listening to what they've been doing in their states. Women, most times we don't celebrate ourselves because we're always in the trenches. We're the ones that do all the back work. We do all the work behind the scenes and nobody sees. They just think that, okay, when we appear on TV in our fine outfits and the makeup on our faces, that, we haven't been doing anything all day. But honestly, thank you so much to our First Ladies for, holding the fort and doing the things that they do that make our states even better. For the panel this afternoon, we'll be looking at supporting and empowering women entrepreneurs recover from COVID-19. The UN has said that women were the most affected by COVID-19. During the pandemic, there were a lot of reports about, most women actually do have businesses of their own which were affected because many had to shut down because of lockdown restrictions. A lot of businesses were lost. Many people were out of work during the coronavirus pandemic. But also on the front lines, the pandemic, you had women there who were the ones, as frontline workers during the pandemic. And then, now that, we're gradually coming to terms with living with COVID-19,
it's important we learn how to move forward. And that's what we're going to learn from these women, how they have survived, how they coped during, the restrictions, and how their businesses have thrived, and what the way forward is for them now that we are living in the new normal. I have some really amazing women here to talk about, to speak to. So I have first on my list here on this panel, Maryam Esther Desano, who is the Manager, Affirmative Finance Action for Women in Africa under the African Development Bank. The aim of that initiative is to reduce the $42 billion access to finance gap for women-empowered businesses in Africa. She has a really impressive portfolio here, which I cannot read all of, but I want to point out that she's also co-author of She for Shield, which ensures women to better protect all. She is lead author of reports, G20 Access to Finance for Women, MSMEs, and Women-Owned MSMEs. I also have Thelma Ekiol, who has over 21 years experience in working in the development sector under her belt. She also has an impressive portfolio. When I was reading this, before now, I looked at myself and I said, really, what have I achieved in this life? If you compare yourself to some of the amazing people we're going to be speaking to today and the people we have spoken to today, I mean, it inspires you to actually do more. Thelma has pioneered, founded, and led a number of organizations and initiatives focused on impact investing and women's economic empowerment. Just last year, she was listed as one of the 50 most influential women in the development sector in Africa. I believe that deserves an applause if you ask me. She was a co-founder and chairperson of AfriGrants Resources and served as its pioneer CEO. She's one of the great minds behind the EBI Fund, an impact fund for women entrepreneurs. She's founder and co-convener of the funding space, a mentoring and access to finance platform for social entrepreneurs in Africa. She was also pioneer CEO of T.Y. Danjuma Foundation, growing an endowment of $100 million. She served as pioneering executive director of the West African Civil Society Institute for West Africa. We have a great man in our midst. He's a he for she. Interestingly, Lasana Wane is an agricultural economist who is currently the deputy country representative of UN Women in Nigeria. Prior to this present assignment, Lasana worked at the UN Women Country Office in South Sudan, initially as Women's Economic Empowerment Specialist and later as the Deputy Country Representative. He also worked with the UN World Food Programme for about 9 years. He's worked all over Africa, trying to improve agricultural value chains and markets, and also providing gender analysis for these sectors. And last but not least on my list is Amal Hassan. Mrs. Amal Hassan is the founder and the CEO of Outsource Global Nigeria, Nigeria's leading business process outsourcing giant, serving countries in Africa, the United States, the UK, and Japan. Her passion to unlock Nigeria's developmental potentials through technology-driven innovation and value addition led her to build, capitalize, and restructure a series of technology-related businesses that succeed in developing talents and creating employment for young Nigerians. I give you a few examples. In 2013, she founded Outsource Global and currently leads a team of 1,000 plus staff in 3 locations across Nigeria. Outsource Global is a gender-balanced company that's focused on inclusion and empowerment. And over 50% of senior management staff are female, and over 65% of the staff are women. All of them driving a relentless vision to increase staff to 6,000 in the next 5 years. A very impressive profile she has here, and I would encourage us to look it up as soon as we can, because some of these women, they don't say much about their achievements, but they are very huge achievements. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us this afternoon. It's a pleasure having you here. And thank you for your patience, through the start of the BOI program and even till now. Highly appreciated. And thank you to BOI also for creating this opportunity for for us to interface with great minds like yours. So 2020 was quite the year, even for me, unbelievably. It was quite the year. And I don't know about you, but let's begin with, how you coped. Maryam, maybe we'll start with you.
How we coped. Well, let me start by first saying good morning, good afternoon to everyone. And it is a real pleasure to be on this panel and all protocol observed. So Amarachi, how we coped. It was indeed a very interesting year. I think for the African Development Bank and for AFAWA in particular, it reinforced really the need for us to be active in the access to finance space and to do everything we possibly could to ensure that women entrepreneurs could not only, if you will, cope through the pandemic, but that they could, rebound and be front and center of our continent, rebuilding its economic resilience and status. And so we worked very hard, I have to say. We had to probably work double or triply hard in order to accelerate some of the instruments that we wanted to see on the market be operational. And I'm actually very glad to announce that we were able to do so. And some of the results have been published as of January of this year. So a huge financial mechanism is now available on the market to enhance women's ability to access financing throughout Africa. So it was definitely a different year. It was a difficult year to a certain degree, but I think it also opened up opportunities for a lot of new and innovative things to be put on the market.
Yes, we'll be delving into some of the things that you said also in just a minute. Ms. Thelma Ekio, you're a Gender Lens Impact Investor. That's a really huge title, but tell us about SME.NG, which you also head, and how it works both to support and finance women, and how you were able to do that in 2020, given the situation the world was thrown into because of the COVID-19 pandemic.
Okay, thank you, Amarachi. Good afternoon, everyone. I've enjoyed listening so far, and all protocols observed as well. Thank you to Bank of Industry. It's been a spectacular program. Congrats to the gender team and the MD and the management. For us as SME.NG, as you said, we're a gender lens fund. And so when 2020 happened, we knew it couldn't be business as usual. And the first thing we did was to conduct a national survey in partnership with the Federal Ministry for Women's Affairs and the Nigerian Chambers of Commerce to assess what was the impact of the pandemic on women-owned businesses, because we knew that there would be a lot of assumptions on how the pandemic was affecting women, but it was important to have empirical data on the impact. And some of what the findings revealed have been talked about today, but very instructive was the fact that, as the keynote speaker said, a lot of women's businesses rely on day-to-day sales or month-to-month or week-to-week sales. And when that didn't happen, they literally shut down. Some analysts say that the pandemic has regressed 10 years of progress in terms of women's economic empowerment. And so we knew that we couldn't just continue talking about doing our normal investments, which is primarily we wanted to focus on equity investing. And so what we did was, working with a number of partners, we designed a facility to look at how you create a bridge for women-owned businesses to recover, because recovery is the most important thing. And we looked at it in 3 stages. We looked at how we could provide non-financial support. We run an all-women's accelerator called She Works Here. And we don't make the women pay. We pay for everything. The first thing we did, which I was happy to hear, because people tend not to talk about the importance of institutional strengthening. We helped women to bolster their businesses, because if businesses are not resilient, any type of disaster can happen again, and we'll be back to square one. And I'm very happy to say that the Bank of Industry participated in all of those sessions. They came to every single session we had with the women entrepreneurs. They spoke to the women, they mentored the women. And we then also, with the support of the US government through the US Africa Development Foundation, we're currently running a facility right now for micro and quasi-micro businesses that have no chance. They're not going to be able to access debt or any other type of financing. So we have a grant facility, a catalytic grant facility with USADF to support women's businesses in that aspect. And we believe that through this form of blended financing, we can help to touch the different aspects of what women need. Most of all, as a genderless fund, we feel like in Nigeria, there are only 4 of us in Nigeria. So we believe that we have a role to play in ecosystem building, which is to create a community of women's businesses that are investable. Because one of the criticisms you will always hear is that you can't find women's businesses to invest in. They're too risky and things. So we said we need to demystify that wrong conception by creating a healthy pipeline of women's businesses that can be invested in. And I'm happy to say that to date, through our accelerator, we have 200 women's businesses that have passed through. And we're currently working through a series of facilities at the moment that we will announce shortly, to also be part of putting in more capital into the system to support these businesses.
Thank you very much. Mrs. Amal Hassan, I'm really eager to hear from you. Having over 1,000+ staff in 2020, how difficult was it keeping everybody afloat during the season?
Thank you very much, Amarachi, for having me. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Your Excellencies. Please permit me to ride on the existing protocol. Yes, it was really difficult. Let me just explain what we do. We're a business process outsourcing company providing different services to companies, mostly in the US. We just started serving UK and Japan, and of course, Nigeria. In the beginning of 2020, we did not have 1,000 staff. We actually grew through the pandemic, and I will tell you how we did it. Right from day one of setting up the company is actually set up to compete with companies in India and Philippines. And one of the things we've done is to research on how best to compete with them, to compete with the international market, to provide one, excellent service, which involves excellent processes. And one of our processes is BCP. Our BCP plan was actually tested, was actually put in place because of the crisis in Nigeria. We didn't know that there would be a pandemic. So from the first time we heard, at that time we were at 800 people. And just to give you another context, we provide different services. We have people working on customer service, answering calls from the US. We have lawyers in Nigeria that work under senior lawyers in the US to solve actual US cases. We have people working on medical records. We have accountants, we have software developers, we have IT support people, all working for the international market. 95% of our employees work for that market, and we rely heavily on network and internet, right? So what we did from the first day we heard there's a case in Lagos, we sat down with our team and we asked ourselves, how do we do this when the pandemic grows to this level? We looked at our BCP plan. We have a work at home plan, and that work at home plan can only work for people on data. So the lawyers can work from home, the software developers can work from home, people on data entry, back-end support can work from home. But people on voice requires very high internet. So in each and every center we have about 5 operators working, coming into that center because of redundancy, right? And because of the distance where they're picking the calls from. So we sat down with the team. We said, this is an unfortunate situation. How do we survive? How do we show the world that we as Africans and Nigeria can survive and take over these businesses? This is our chance to actually take over. And we, as a company, we said we need to decide. It's going to be a huge risk bringing in people, but what can we do to keep people safe and maintain business and grow during this pandemic? So what we did is we started by, from the early days, providing for everyone, providing all the necessary gadgets, face mask, temperature checking. We started providing transportation. Initially, we only provide transportation for people working at night. We have people that come in because of the US time and other timings working throughout the night, and sometimes they close by 12 midnight. Those are the people we provide bus transportation. So we introduced transportation for all staff to ensure that we minimize the risk of contacting the disease. We went to the government because of the essential services we offer. We provide services for healthcare, both in the US and in Nigeria. And we collected a permit for people to be able to work from the center. So we divided the team into 2. Everybody on data and non-voice is working from home, and everybody on voice is coming to the center, which allows us to space them and be able to. We wrote a letter to all our clients saying, we are going to remain open during the pandemic. And that's how we started taking over operations from India and Philippines. When the center closes in India, they move operations to us. And that is how we're able to move from 800 to 1,000 within this period. We remained open, we pray very hard, and we worked really, really hard to implement our BCP plan. So this is just what we did.
Yeah, a lot of Nigerians became very religious during 2020,
Yeah.
more because they didn't want to contract coronavirus, not because they actually had to survive. But really capital-intensive, ventures you took on there. Thank you for sharing your story, Mr. Losana Warner. You are blessed among women, and interestingly, you had a UN Women arm of the United Nations, the Women arm of the United Nations. So it'll be interesting to get your perspective on how the UN has been able to support many of these women and some of the women we have here on this panel throughout the pandemic.
Thank you very much for inviting UN Women to be part of this panel. Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please permit me to stand on the existing protocols. As you know, UN Women is that arm of the United Nations that is responsible for promoting gender equality. But what we saw in 2020 and up to this moment is a reversal of some of the gains that have been made globally and in Nigeria specifically. And some of those gains have also specifically affected women in the private sector, women entrepreneurs, to call them by the name specifically. Nevertheless, the pandemic also created a situation where UN Women and the UN General has become more innovative in doing this work of bridging gender equality and promoting the empowerment of women. We know very well that even before the pandemic, women entrepreneurs were facing a lot of challenges relative to their male counterparts. And perhaps my colleagues on the panel who have been entrepreneurs or who are entrepreneurs in their different respects know some of those challenges. They range from policies to inadequate access to financial services, markets, limited technical skills, et cetera, et cetera. Those are the many things we try to look at during this pandemic because all of those structural inequalities actually expanded. Now, to start with, being the UN agency responsible for gender equality, we had the responsibility to coordinate the work of the entire UN to respond to the pandemic in a gender-sensitive way. So you may probably have heard about the UN Basket Fund to respond to COVID-19. So we are instrumental in designing that basket fund to make sure that the basket fund responds to the needs of different categories of women, including women entrepreneurs. And I will talk specifically about what we have in that basket fund for women entrepreneurs. It actually began with a startup fund of 50 million, and it has continued to grow. Beyond that, we also work with the Federal Ministry of Women Affairs to provide palliatives to the most vulnerable women in Nigeria. But in providing those palliatives, we also made sure that whatever they were buying to distribute to the vulnerable women were actually purchased from women-owned businesses. So we did it in collaboration with several associations of women-owned businesses so that they were able to supply the commodities and the services that were distributed to their female counterparts in the country. We have also been able to work very closely with one of the banks that is represented here, the Stanbic Bank, but very much from their headquarters, to initiate a project that promotes women in climate smart agriculture. Again, the pandemic has a differential impact on women in rural areas as compared to women in urban areas. I'm looking at it from the point of entrepreneurship. So agricultural cooperatives, agricultural collectives were equally impacted by the COVID crisis. And so to make sure that their production chain and their work along those value chains were continued, we had some funding from the bank, and we have been able to support quite a number of women cooperatives in Ebonyi State on the rice value chain. And so they are now producing first to make sure that their households are food secure, but also to make sure that the supply chains in the markets of food is maintained within Ebonyi, and their productivity increased. They are now going beyond Ebonyi State to supply to other states. I mean, there's significant impact there. There is also another value chain that we look at, which is very much important in the context of Nigeria, and that is the shea butter value chain, which represents billions of dollars if the potential is fully harnessed. So we work in that value chain with a number of women entrepreneurs and women cooperatives to be able to have them to upgrade their products and get their products certified to enter international markets. And then we're happy to say that a significant number of them have had products now that are registered to access markets in the US and Europe. So that was also a good thing that we did. And beyond that, as part of a basket fund, we actually have designed a specific project that will buy COVID response materials from women businesses. And UN Women is doing that in collaboration with other UN agencies, UNIDO and the UNDP, et cetera, et cetera. Our responsibility is also to work with the government more strongly in influencing laws and policies. So in that front, we are working very closely with the Ministry of Finance to engender the stimulus package. And somebody mentioned that a significant percentage of the SMEs grant, for instance, will be going to women entrepreneurs. And I believe part of our advocacy may have contributed to that. It's a step in the right direction, and we are still working with the Ministry of Finance to make sure that budgeting in all sectors of the economy are gender responsive, so that it's not only the palliative that is made gender responsive, but all other procurement activities in different sectors of the economy. And that brings us to what we call affirmative procurement. So one way we have tried to work with women entrepreneurs is to promote affirmative procurement, where whether it's the private sector or the public sector, we deliberately set targets and buy from women entrepreneurs. And finally, we have been able to roll out what we also call Buy From Women, a digital platform where women are registered and they can be able to sell their commodities through that platform. Again, one of the important things that the COVID crisis has brought in is increased use of the digitalization of businesses. And that has disadvantaged many women entrepreneurs who do not have access to that technology. So from the UN Women side, it's one of the things we are piloting to promote. Beyond that, our work continues to make sure that we prevent and protect women from gender-based violence, which escalated, of course. Even women entrepreneurs at the highest level are still vulnerable to gender-based violence in Nigeria, so we are working towards that. But also increasing advocating for women's leadership, whether it is in politics, but also in business. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Losana Warner, for giving us a breakdown of the UN Women's activities in Nigeria throughout the pandemic. I don't know if any of our panelists ever felt like giving up during the pandemic and what you did, because given the fact that women-owned businesses make up over 40% of SMEs in Nigeria, much of that was really affected during the pandemic. Did you ever have moments where you actually thought, this was the end, or you had to re-strategize to move forward? I think, Maryam, you want to start.
Sure, thank you, Amarachi. So I don't think that there was a moment where we thought we might give up, because giving up was not a choice for the African Development Bank, and definitely not for FAWA. But there were instances where we thought it would be really important to re-strategize, or to ensure that what we were trying to put in place was really what was needed, given how quickly the pandemic was zooming in on certain things. And so, for example, right when the pandemic hit, the bank started providing emergency fund packages to governments. The first thing, of course, for us was to ensure that there was a carve-out for women-owned SMEs, that they would be able to access in order, again, as I said earlier, for them to cope with the pandemic. What we had not thought about or realized for a second was that as much as we were trying to ensure that the women could get funds, we actually did not have any data as to where these women entrepreneurs were. With that, actually, I think COVID just zoomed in on how informality is so not a good thing for women entrepreneurs, and how much we needed to ensure, if anything at all, that we could really encourage, push women to come out of the informal sector and get formalized. Get formalized not only so that they can be found, but get formalized so that they can also access the funding that is available on the market for them. And so for us, as part of our strategy in rolling out the FAWA program moving forward, the transition from informality to formality is part and parcel of what we have to deliver this year. I think, well, this year and throughout the lifetime of the project, it made us realize that informality actually hit on a number of different areas. So one, it's just the mere registration. Right? You're not registered, you're not found. But then you're registered, but the way in which you manage your business remains informal, which means that when it's now time to consider you, whether for financing, or even if the financing is here, how much do you actually decide to give, and based on what? Because none of that is there. So that also enhanced the need to ensure that the training that we're giving to women entrepreneurs zeroes in, actually focuses 100% on not only make sure you register, and whatever it is that we need to do in order to enable you to register, we do it. If it's changing the language, whatever it is, that's done. But let's make sure that the way in which financial literacy and financial management is being done actually tackles this. Because otherwise, very quickly, women are left to decide. And sometimes it's not because the government didn't want to, because obviously the funding was there. It's just that we I think we had become comfortable in saying, well, the informal sector is there, we know we don't have the data, and it's a huge economic force, and so that's okay. But at the end of the day, the impact that it has had on women being able to access has been tremendous. And so we didn't give up, but it was definitely, let's rethink, let's strategize what are the areas that we need to make sure that we tackle as we're moving forward if we're really serious about women accessing. And it's also the supply of women entrepreneurs of tomorrow that we're also starting to bring out.
Thelma, what strategies did you reapply or apply to stay afloat?
I think for us as well, it was giving up was never an option. I mean, I think if you do get into the work of gender financing, you can't, because there's so many people looking at you and looking to you. And so what we did, re-strategize, and I think what we did was re-strategize, re-educate, and re-engage. And what I mean by that is we definitely went back to the drawing board, like I said earlier, to look at our existing facilities. And we knew that the world had changed. And so we couldn't act like it was business as usual. And we had to create facilities that would respond to the context. We also had to re-educate. We had to re-educate our investors, our potential donors, and our partners, and engage with them to say, look, we all have to embark on a new journey. Are you with us? And one of the parts of the re-education was you have to be patient with women in this whole process of rebuilding and recovery, because it takes women 7 times longer to start and build a business than it does men in Nigeria. And so if you factor that into where we are today, then it means that the recovery process will arguably be 5 to 7 times longer. And so the financing that accompanies that has to be patient capital. It can't be capital that ends up being punitive on these businesses as well. And we knew we couldn't do this on our own, because the people we go to money for have to be willing to make those types of investments. And also re-engage. We had to re-engage in a different way too. We knew that we needed to bring women along. And so throughout the pandemic process, I think we held 3 to 4 consultations. Esther was at one of them, and the head of gender at Bank of Industry came to all of them. I know that she's only been mentioned once, but I think it's important to say that having a really passionate advocate for the Bank of Industry in Mrs. Bisi Ajayi has really been, I'd never met her, I just met her during this process. And, it has really been something that has changed my perspective and so many people's perspective of the bank, because she came to everything. And not only that, people, women at those consultations we would always say to her, the impression we have is that Bank of Industry is inaccessible. Why are you at all of these meetings, And it was the re-engaging was also a way of saying to women, you don't have to go on this journey alone. Institutions are here to help you. And, just jointly strategizing on what to look at. For us, it also changed how we will engage women going forward. Everyone has spoken about the gender divide that exists, not just in Nigeria, it's all over Africa. I've had, the privilege of working in so many African countries, and in many countries, Nigeria is way better. So you can imagine that if Nigeria is talking about a digital gender divide, is worse in many other African countries. And so what we've done as SME.NG is that we've created an e-commerce platform that will simultaneously address financial literacy that Esther talked about, provide access to financing, and also build a community for women to support each other and provide. Now that we're talking about the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement, we also have to look at creative ways in which women's products and services can serve the wider continent rather than just the countries that they live in. And we believe that our e-commerce platform will be able to do that. So COVID also forced creativity. A lot of bad things happened, but I think because we were collectively pushed to the wall, it made the strength and the resilience in us come out. And I just wish that, and a lot of women have been resilient throughout this period. And I wish that the capital and the financing, which is what this meeting is about, is structured in a way that supports that. Of course, all of us prayed, right? But I think now we've prayed, we now have to put it into action and really make sure that, you know, the potential that COVID has provided for us to address the chasms and the inequities that exist in our system is not lost.
Well, thank you so much, Thelma. And I want to say that I think women have been resilient for years. It's actually in our DNA, never to give up, to push forward, to keep pushing, you know, until we get the answers. Mrs. Hassan, was refinancing part of your strategy, and did you ever turn to the BOI?
Not yet. To also answer the first question, we've never thought of giving up also. It took us 8 years to start the company. I started it 4 times. So when she was saying that it takes a woman 7 times longer, I'm a living example of that. We started the company 4 times, and there was never a day that I thought of giving up. When it fails, I start and I start all over again. And I don't think the pandemic will actually get me to a point where we'll think of giving up. Over the years, when I was trying to start up, I've looked for finances everywhere. I'm sure I've been to BOI. At that time, it's not the same as now. I'm sure if it's now, I would have had the opportunity to start it at the first attempt, because one of the major factors there was actually finance. I have a great idea. Nigeria has the right skill sets. We have lawyers, we have accountants, we have software developers, we have better skill sets than India and Philippines and other outsourcing destination, but we have no brand image. We setting up a BPO or a call center. At that time, we were just thinking of setting it up as a call center before we ventured into specialized services like legal, accounting, and software. Is a high capital intensive project, and for us to compete with all the best call centers in the world like Wipro and Exceed in Egypt, we have to set it up better than the way the Indians and Philippines are setting up. So finance was a major factor. I haven't accessed finance from BOI yet. So we bootstrapped the company to this level. Up to now, Outsource Global has not accessed finance from any institutions yet. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Losana Wane, you already talked about UN Women providing financial access and so on, but we also mentioned that data was quite a challenge, or has been quite a challenge. So did you find that you had to take on, more women's groups or women's businesses, or, more workload because of, what had happened last year?
Absolutely. Of course, we were challenged, and one of the elements of those challenges had to do with our knowledge, having full knowledge of the situation of women-owned businesses in the country. So we had to collaborate with several stakeholders, the Federal Ministry of Women Affairs being one of that, to conduct a number of studies to be able to understand what exactly the situation of women-owned businesses were, and what kind of interventions probably could support them to first be able to have them overcome the immediate effect of a shock, but also for their longer term recovery. So it's in that context that we designed a couple of programs, including a program around small grants, which were given to women, not exactly targeting only women entrepreneurs, but a broad range of women. Many of them were entrepreneurs. But then our partners who are also implementing this program had to do a complementary service of providing entrepreneurial training to those ones who are receiving the funds to be able to invest it in business. So that yielded something. The other thing we did also was that, the demand for some particular business lines actually declined as a result of COVID. So to help the women entrepreneurs to quickly change on to new business lines that was very much linked with the COVID situation. So in that regard, for instance, we work with our regional office and train a whole number of women here to produce things like sanitizers, the different products that were linked to COVID, and provide them with some inputs which help them to develop materials that were easily taken up by the market. And that helped them to probably retain their capital without losing them. The other innovations we brought into all of this has been around training, virtual training on how you can do business, but also giving information to entrepreneurs and creating linkages with other relevant stakeholders, in this case, the greater players in the private sector, but also government. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I want to thank each and every one of you for sharing your experience today, and hoping that we can all get access to that government fund that has been set aside for women SMEs, and wishing you all the best, as we live with this pandemic. Thank you so much for making the panel. Kemi, I'm handing over to you.
Thank you so much, Amarachi. Brilliant, brilliant, and truly insightful session. Thank you so much, our participants and our speakers. Thank you so much for being a part of this. We do appreciate you. All right, without wasting too much of your time, we'd like to go straight into the next thing on the agenda. But before then, we'd like to quickly recognize Dr. Hajo Seni, who is a Senior Special Assistant to the President on Women Affairs and Administration. Then we have Mrs. Stella Okuli, the veteran, the amazing trailblazing woman who is the chairman of Enzo Pharmaceuticals. Then you have Dr. Aroshe Derek. Lord have mercy, please forgive me. I couldn't pronounce that well. Awosika, who is the chairman of Access Bank PLC, another woman shackling the glass ceiling and choosing to challenge the status quo. We also have Mrs. Olayinka Pamela Adedayo, who is CEO of Tasty Fried Chicken Limited. Then we have Princess Vicky Hastrop, MD CEO, Emerald Continental Services Limited. And we also have someone who, your typical example of behind every successful man is I don't want to use the word behind, I want to use the word beside. The last time I saw her was when I anchored an event in her church, women's program, and I was looking at her and I'm like, this woman is so ageless, what's going on? And she's here to support her husband. Now, a woman that supports her husband understands what it means to choose to challenge the status quo. She's not saying, I'm going to sit at home and watch my husband do it. No, I'll be right there with her. And she's here. We appreciate you, ma'am. We celebrate you. And we thank you, Dr. Fayemi Pitan, who is Head Occupational Health at Chevron. Thank you so much, ma'am, for being here. We're not looking ageless as usual. Well, good to see you, ma'am. Thank you so much for joining and supporting the end.
Thank you. It's my pleasure. Thanks
Yes,
for having me.
Thank you so much. We appreciate you, ma'am. Thank you. We'd like to go straight into the next topic that I find truly, truly inspiring. Now, you go to court or you watch cases in court and you find people who have examples of being battered. You have the scars to show. You have the wounds. You have everything to show that somebody was being battered. But I'm here to see somebody go to court to challenge the accused or say to the person, this person embarrassed me or hurt me. I'm come to put a case forward on mental health. I'm suing this man or I'm suing this woman for messing up my mental health. We don't find things like that. But mental health, it's deeper even than physical scars that we see. And that's why we brought somebody who is going to be sharing with us on our mental health and how important it is for us to guide and guard our mental health. She's a psychiatrist, a consultant psychiatrist, and a psychotherapist. She's the founder and CEO of Pinnacle Medical Services. I call her a distinct mental health advocate who uses all platforms available to her. When I say all platforms, she eats, she sleeps, she thinks, she does everything with mental health. As long as you make it available to her, she's ready to tell you about mental health. That will be of benefit to you. She creates awareness on this. She's a mother, she's a wife, she's a doctor, and trust me when I say she's saving lives. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together as we welcome Dr. Maimuna Kadri. You can actually call her the celebrated shrink. You know, Dr. May, so good to see you. You know, your smile has already made us feel, you know, we've been going through a whole lot on these. BOI has, you know, we've been planning and putting everything together. But seeing you, you're not making us smile. And there's hope, you know, we feel confident that everything is going to be okay. You know, and then because of the COVID and the challenges with the COVID, I know a lot of people who have gone through mental health challenges. I have friends who are depressed. Until now, they're still on medication. Dr. May, please help us. Help us guard our lives and talk to us about keeping our mental health intact. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, the lovely and beautiful Kemi. You can see her attire, it's already very inspiring. Good afternoon. I will not just say afternoon because I'm in Nigeria currently, but good morning, good evening, good night, depending on the part of the world that you are in. And of course, I'm going to say my best regards to the chairman MD of Bank of Industry, Mr. Olukayode Pitan, who is the lovely and amazing husband of a senior colleague of mine, Dr. Fayemi Pitan. To all the amazing keynote speakers, all your speeches have been very, very inspiring. And of course, the beautiful, beautiful first ladies. Like really, that was when I came in and I was blown away with all the amazing work that they are doing. And of course, I won't say anything without, you know, giving recognition to all the media personalities, you know, because, you know, there's nothing you are doing in this world right now without the media not knowing about it. So talking about mental health, you know what? There's this statement that just because you are doing so much does not mean that a lot is achieved. And because you are busy does not mean you are productive. Movement does not equate to progress. Hence the reason why there's so much that's happening around us right now with the COVID-19 global pandemic, which of course we all know is a global pandemic, but within this global pandemic, there are two ongoing pandemics: increasing gender-based violence, increase in the rate of mental illnesses. And hence the likes of me running facilities has been really tough. The last panel, I listened to them with regards to how they have, you know, been able to do things during the COVID-19. You know, this is the era where you tell entrepreneurs pivot, collaborate, diversify. And of course, for those of us in the health sector, a lot of us that were on the telemedicine platform were able to do that because people didn't want to come to the hospital. And the fact that, you know, when it comes to hospitals, they were high-risk centers. So for me that I've been trying to look for, you know, talk to my patients and clients to log in online for the past 8 years, with 2020, everybody embraced the online platform. But why are we talking about mental health now? And why is it important? Most times when we hear the word mental, we're already thinking of Yaba left, Yaba Eposi, the person has gone mad, the person is crazy. No. All of us on this platform right now, from when we started over 500 people till now that we are 279 precisely, we all have mental health. So kudos to you. But what we do not all have is a mental illness. So please, when you hear the word mental health, you are good, you are okay, everything is fine. The only problem may be because there's a mental illness. And statistics have told us that 1 in 4 people, including Nigerians, will have a mental illness in their lifetime. But we are talking about the women, and of course, we choose to challenge. Why is women's mental health so pertinent? Let's not forget, women are natural nurturers. The societal role placed on us, the social role we play in our lives, and of course, the lives of the people around us, our hormones, all that genetically has shaped us to be who we are. March 8th officially is International Women's Day, but unofficially, is every day for every woman. There's so much that we take on board, whether we like it or not, that is thrown on us. Their studies have said that 800% of our children's emotional and behavioral issues, they are received by the woman. I'm not saying 8%, I'm not saying 80%, I'm talking about 800%. When COVID came, nobody saw this coming. February 27, we received our first, alarm in Nigeria, right? By March, there was a lockdown for 6 weeks. There was an increase. Before now, 25% of Nigerians needed mental health services. With the advent of COVID, over 40% of Nigerians need mental health services. And I can tell this platform, for every 1.3 million Nigerians, we have just one psychiatrist. And for 200 to 400,000 Nigerians, we have one psychologist. Are we talking about the nurses? It's appalling. And I was happy hearing from Dr. Zainab, my senior colleague. The truth is, every week, Nigerian doctors are nurses and doctors and nurses are immigrating out of the country in what we call exodus. So there's a calamity, time bomb waiting to explode because people are not pleased with the things that are happening. So mental health is important, not because it's something obsolete, but because it's part of our health. So when we talk about health, it's both physical and mental. So please don't try to distinguish physical from your mental health. It's interwoven, it's intertwined. Somebody with hypertension can have depression, and somebody with depression can have hypertension. So it is very important that we see to our mental health intentionally and of course, deliberately. Just this morning, if I log in, a young media guy had taken his life. And before he did that, he had said that he needed money. I'm sure he has friends in his circle that could give him money. But because of the way we view mental health, either it's affecting us, we're in denial, or it's affecting somebody else, you are trivializing the person's issues. And the discrimination and stigma attached to people living with mental illness is so much in our society that when somebody comes to tell you, I think I'm going through depression, you say, everybody in Nigeria is depressed. Don't come and talk about that. Or you tell them, look, that is not a big problem. How can you say you are depressed? Look at how lovely you are looking. I could be depressed and I'm right here on board talking to you. It's not written on anybody's face, just the way Kemi has said it. So it's very important that we understand that mental illnesses can affect each and every one of us. There is no immunity. And sadly, we have just received the COVAX vaccine, over 3.9 million vaccines, but there's no vaccine, whether incubating or has been discovered, to take care of mental illnesses. And nobody has absolute immunity when it comes to mental related issues. Now let's go down to the women. We're talking about women. It's a Women's Month. It's not just a Women's Day. Like I said, unofficially, every day is women, right? So why? Because women are twice more depressed than men. And the current UNODC report is stating that 1 out of every 5 Nigerians that is doing drugs right now is a woman. How sad. And like I said earlier, we are natural nurturers. We have a very important role to play in the system, in our society. Imagine 1 out of 5 drug users in Nigeria being a woman. I'm not going to take away the entrepreneurs in our group, because the truth is that generally it's a lonely journey and it affects each and every one of us. When it now comes to the reason why people may have mental illness, it could be because of the domestic violence, because you had when you were growing up. And this cuts across everybody, whether you're a man, a woman, a girl, a boy, it cuts across. Coming from a family with domestic violence, coming from a family where one or both of your parents died, coming from a family where it was dysfunctional, having child sexual abuse when you were small, or even for genetic reasons, maybe for a family reason. That is why you could have a mental illness. And that is the reason why anybody dealing with any challenge, that you don't just tell the person, go and get up and smell the coffee. Everything is fine. You can't be having this challenge. Your own is not as worse. There's no award for the person that is suffering most. So people shouldn't even try to trivialize someone's issues. It's very key. The ability to listen not judgmentally is something that we all need to learn and acquire as a skill. With the era of COVID, businesses shut down. People became more fearful, anxiety increase, depression increase in substance use increase. And if we don't keep talking about mental health and the importance it plays in our homes, it becomes a problem more, because at the end of the day, when you come for treatment, you spend more. Not only spending more, it will drain you, the family members, emotionally, psychologically, spiritually, economically. And so the reason why mental health must be taught every day is because we all, at any point in time, must be able to look after ourselves, because it's very key and it's very important. Now, if we narrow down to the general basis why people have mental illnesses, women that are married are even worse. So if you're a woman on this platform that you are married right now, you are more vulnerable and you are more at risk of having a mental illness. Now, let's even add those that are entrepreneurs. Let's add those working from home. Let's add those that are running, working in 9-to-5 jobs, and you are married. 4 vulnerability risk factors are attached to this group of people. And if you already have 2 out of it, it's a big problem. So the first is if you have, one or both of your parents died before you were 8. I said it before, but not at an age is attached to it. The second one is if you have 3 children and more, 14 years below. The third one is if you are not working at all. And the fourth one is if your husband is not your friend or confidant. Some of us already have one. Like myself, my 2 children are still below the age of 14, though they are not 3. The older one is above that. But one factor that I must make sure I don't have, because I have both parents alive and I'm working, is that my spouse must be my friend. So I'm very intentional and deliberate. So every quarrel we have, by 11:59 that day, we must solve it before it hits 12 midnight. And I implore you to begin to start doing that. So you'll be happier. It's a deliberate, and I will tell you how you'll be able to do that at the end of the day. So if you already have 2 out of this, you are more at risk than the general population. Now, what are the things we are doing right now environmentally, or triggers that can easily make us to be mentally ill? Look at the word stress. 90% of the reason why you visit a doctor, a nurse, or you treat yourself is stress related. And I'm going to go with a very lovely acronym that you can go home with. And if you can identify with one on both, then start doing it at the end of the day. STRESS is stress. S is self. What are you doing that is stressing you? T is trauma. What challenges are you dealing with? What trauma have you gone through? We have all been traumatized. It's COVID-19. The global pandemic is still on. So most of us, or all of us, have it. R is relationship issues. 8 out of 10 people that visit the psychiatric hospitals are women, and it's due to relationship problem. E is economic and financial. I don't know about you, but economic and financial, we're all on that table. The first S is sickness. Either you are not feeling fine, your relative, your son, your brother, your daughter is not feeling fine. And the last S is school and work. Working from home, homeschooling, these are major stressors that we are dealing with right now. The STRESS, which of these factors is currently affecting you right now? And because of that, to round up my own session, I've been able to also devise another acronym that you can use as a self-help tip. And at the end of the day, if none of this work for you, it's important that you seek for professional help. And that word is self-care and self-love. Be unapologetic about your self-care. Why? It is self-preservation and not necessarily selfishness, because you are your own biggest asset. If you don't take care of yourself, you burn out. And hence, taking care of yourself must be intentional and deliberate. So what is the S? Self-awareness. If you are not self-aware, you can't manage your stressors, and which I just talked about, the STRESS. Know what stresses you are, who stresses you are, where the stress is coming from, what time of the day do you experience that stress, and you'll be able to manage it. Because if you don't know what it is, you won't be able to manage it.
Thank you so much, Dr. May. I said it earlier, whatever platform you give Dr. Memuna, she can speak for 10 hours and she just keeps going. I call her my people doctor. Yeah. She just keeps going on and on.
1 minute, let me just round up. 1 minute.
Okay. So let's hear your challenge.
So for all the staff of BOI, and if you are an organization here, please, there's one thing that we all need to understand. Mental health services are now being deployable to organizations, and it's called the Employees Assistance Program. It's creating safe spaces for your employees to be able to sorosoke, Speak out to people that will take care of you, hear them, they wouldn't judge them, and they wouldn't criticize them. So with this, I'm rounding up with my challenge. I choose to challenge discrimination and stigma attached to people living with mental illnesses by changing the narrative, normalizing mental health conversations, and creating safe spaces in order to achieve healthier, wealthier, and happier individuals for a just and equitable society. Thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am. Brilliant. Thank you so much, Dr. May. You see, you're even receiving a round of applause from the first ladies. Oh, Miss Adeleye is here. Thank you so much. We really appreciate that. I'd just like to round up on what you said. Just a few key points as we move ahead. She says, just because you're doing so much doesn't mean you are being efficient. I want to add to that by saying, because you're moving at a high speed doesn't mean you're running towards the right direction. You can be moving very fast, but towards the wrong direction. She also says there's an exodus of medical practitioners. That is true. I have like 10 doctors and my friends are not in the country. And she says it's a ticking time bomb. It's a cause to worry because indeed it's a ticking time bomb. Other doctors are going out. She speaks about physical and mental health awareness, and she says both are intertwined. They are not separate. Don't separate them. They go together. She says you're either in denial. She says you're either in denial about mental health, or you are choosing not to face the reality. She says depression is not written on the face, and that no one is immune to depression. She says women are twice much more depressed than men. Women check your mental health and ensure you're doing fine. I protect my mental space. If it means staying away from people, I do that. If it means not going to certain places, I do that. It's important that your mental health is in check, because if your mental health is not in check, it's going to affect your relationship, it's going to affect your work, it's going to affect your productivity. So thank you, Dr. May, for that insightful and brilliant work. We know we'll listen to it again, we'll read more about it, because we're going to write about it. And then it will be better for ourselves so that we can be better for the society at large. We are saying, Doctor, I just saw Mr. Jai now, she was going to, Mr. Jai loves to be behind the scene. We'll try and see if she can come before the program is over. She just loves to be behind the scene. And last but not the least, topic is what we are going to next. And it's going to be moderated. Now, I find this topic very, 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 very inspiring. For every time I get to interview women or anybody at all, I'm always asking the question, how was it when you were starting? Because it's important that the youth of today understand that the people that you see, that you are loving, the Mr. Jais, the Mr. Pitans, the Awosikers, they have a story to tell. They started from somewhere. They're not microwave results. So I always love when people tell their stories. And that's why this particular session of the program is one I can't wait to listen to. It's titled Women Entrepreneurs Sharing Their Experiences. And it's been moderated by someone who is, if you call her a media entrepreneur, you have spoken well. She chose to challenge the status quo when she launched the first radio station for women in Nigeria, and I dare to say, in West Africa. She's the CEO of 91.7 WFM. She's a seasoned media entrepreneur, as I said earlier. She's a broadcaster who has practiced in Nigeria and in London. She knows her onions. She says it the way it is, and she's excellent in doing this type of responsibilities. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and welcome Mrs. Stone Okewole Ashonaya as she shares, with the team of women on her team on women entrepreneurs sharing their experiences. I believe she also has the experience, but I don't know what time will permit her to share, but she's moderating this panel, and I'm signing over to her right now. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Kemi. Thank you for this opportunity. Thank you, Bank of Industry, for consistently empowering and engaging and supporting female entrepreneurs in Nigeria. Thank you. And as we also celebrate you. I am particularly honored to be moderating this session as a proud Nigerian entrepreneur myself. Operating in Nigeria as an entrepreneur comes with its ups and downs, but we continue to scale through and stand tall alongside our men. It has been a challenging 1 year globally, and especially for us in Nigeria. And so Bank of Industry, thank you again for carefully curating the speakers for this session with tried and tested female entrepreneurs who will be sharing their experiences with us and challenge us to aspire higher, even in these hard times. I'm not going to waste too much time because we haven't got that much time. My first is a Nigerian woman described by Forbes as Africa's most successful woman. CNN called her Africa's queen of media who conquered the internet. I refer to her as the inspiring woman who puts Africa, Nigeria, to be precise, on a global pedestal through her media, Africa's first global Black entertainment and lifestyle network, because her knowledge of the African and global creative industry is admirable. The inspiring and formidable Mo Abudu, CEO, Ebony Life Media. Thank you, Auntie Mo, for joining us. You wear many caps. TV,
thank you for having me. Thank you. I'm so sorry that I'm not able to put on my video. We're running a little bit late.
It's okay. It's okay. I just want you to share your experience of an example of a smart entrepreneur, because only a smart entrepreneur can succeed. Over to you, Auntie Mo.
Thank you so much. Well, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to share my story once again. Mr. Pitan, thank you for all that you do for women like me. It's really appreciated, because without you believing in us as women, the biggest project of my lifetime actually has been putting Ebony Life Place together. And a lot of that came with the support of BOI. That's really when our relationship, started. So I really appreciate that opportunity. But for me, I mean, many have described me as a serial entrepreneur. And now I'm the CEO of the Ebony Life Group. And that group, I've seen the group grow over the years. I mean, even before Ebony Life Television started, I had a great, wonderful job at ExxonMobil. I was the head of HR and training and development. And I woke up one fine day and said, you know what? I want to leave this comfortable, cushy job to go and become an entrepreneur. And everybody thought I was absolutely, maybe I'd lost, when you turn 40, people seem to think that all kinds of things are happening. Maybe it's a midlife crisis, or what's going on with Mo. Why has she decided that it's time to leave this wonderful job and go and become an entrepreneur? But I think the thing about being an entrepreneur is that there's always a deep, burning passion within your soul. And some people call me an adrenaline junkie. I always have to be doing something or the other. And I just found that, I wasn't living the life and the dream that I wanted. I loved my job. I mean, I love HR. I loved recruiting. I loved training, but I just felt like I wanted to do more. So I think it's really important for all of us as women, no matter what age you are. One thing that it's taught me, and I've realized, is that it doesn't matter how old you are. I was 40 when I decided that I wanted to start a talk show. And yes, people did think I was absolutely bonkers, which is okay. But you know what? It's my dream. It's something that I've decided that I want to do. And I got up and I said, you know what? I'm going to make this happen. And then I thought, okay, how do you start? How do you actually start to actualize this idea, Mo? Okay, yes, it's a great thing. God has conversations with you. And I do believe that. Now it's up to every single person to buy into that or not to buy into it. I can only tell you what works for me. I'm asleep and I wake up and then I just find these ideas in my head. And I have to say, how do they get there? Who said start a talk show? Who said start a TV channel? Who said make a movie about a wedding party? Who said make a film called 50? Who said start this creative academy? So these things come. And when they come, sometimes they're really scary. And I often say to women that, listen, when these big ideas come, you can be, yes, it's frightening. It's really scary. But you know what? You have to embrace the fear. Embrace the fear and write down and make that list of, why am I afraid of achieving this particular thing? Could it be because I'm not prepared? Could it be because I don't have the right training? Could it be because I don't have the right team? Could it be because I don't have the money? Women have to stop thinking about the numbers of zeros behind the ideas that they have. The guys and everyone else that's out there doing these $1 million transactions, they're just like you and I, is what I often say. It's just an extra zero, guys. So for that extra zero, all we need to do is find the right team, the right partner that's going to listen to that big dream, that big vision. So that leads me on to talking about the visioning and the planning and all of that. So it's one thing to have that big idea. Then what do you do about that idea? How do you document that idea? How do you write it down? How do you present it to those that you want to get on board? How do you know who you even want to get on board? So it's about going out there and finding that, those people that are going to help make that dream come true. And I often say you're going to meet dream killers and you're going to meet dream makers. And the dream killers are just as important as the dream makers, because more often than not, what a dream killer does is that you say to them, I want to start a TV channel. And they'll say, you want to start a TV channel? Why do you want to do that? That's really difficult. You know, how many women have done that? That's really expensive. Where are you going to get the money? Where are you going to get the equipment? And, you know, and they bring all those questions. And, you know, those things really help me. Each time I have an idea, there's some people that I tell about those ideas that I know they're going to try and crush it. But I tell them about it because I need them to help me crush it, because all it does is help me rebuild it, to make it bigger and to make it stronger and to make it better. And there are those that are my dream makers that as soon as I tell them about an idea, even if I said I wanted to go to the moon, they're going to say, okay, Mo, I know you're going to do it. How do we make this happen? Now, sometimes those people just love you and they just want to, you know, they're just happy to just hear about your ideas and encourage you. But you need that encouragement for someone to say, go on, Mo, you know, you can make it. It's like when you're at school and you're running that race and you're nearly near the finishing line and, you know, your mom is saying, go on, you can make it. And that you hearing her voice makes you run and you do get to the end of it. We also need that voice of encouragement in the things that we do. So I think for me, the number one thing is that, yes, God is on that journey with me. And I totally admit that he's on that journey with me. You know, planning is very important. Visioning is very important for me. Building the right team, because there's no big dream that you can achieve by yourself. You can't. If you're looking for that business that is just going to be you and you, that business is called a sole trader. So you know what? Just open that shop down the road or whatever it is down the road, stay there and be that sole trader. But if you want to build something that's bigger than you, then that's why it's called bigger than you. That's why you need this incredible team of people that's going to make it happen with you. And they've got to buy into that dream. And it takes time finding the right people. It's the hardest part of achieving anything, because the people that you take on can either make you or they can break you. That's one thing I've realized in my business journey, that I've got some people that I know that if I'm calling them at 5 o'clock in the morning and I'm saying, hi guys, this needs to happen, they're there. And there are those that I dare not call them till 9 a.m. because they ain't going to answer me. So those people, I'm not saying, yes, the employment contract says 9 to 5. You leave them to one side and you call them at 9. And there are those that you can call at midnight saying, oh my God, we've got this crazy presentation. How are we going to get it done? So for me, those are the people that they're my most trusted people, and every organization needs them and every organization must have them. The biggest part of being an entrepreneur for me was really, especially in my new journey into the world of media, was going against the norm. It was going out to those big Hollywood studios that everybody thought was, you just couldn't reach them. Even I never thought I could reach them. I used to dream about the time and the day when I would even just, they would reply my emails, because, there's such huge these companies are so massive. I don't even know how to describe them. How do you find your way into a Netflix? How do you find your way into a Sony, into Westbrook? These companies, they're massive organizations. So for me, I invested very early on in my career in media in going to events around the industry in a global space. I invested in going to those events, and for many, many years, you go to an event and you exchange business cards and everybody's always pleasant. The thing about the entertainment industry globally is that they are the nicest people. You're going to have a glass of wine, you're going to click glasses. Oh, it's so wonderful to meet you. And they give you their business card and you take the business card and you think, oh, this is great. And you go back and you send them an email and nothing happens and nothing happens and nothing happens. Until eventually, you know what, you don't give up, something is going to happen. There's going to be a shift, and there's going to be a shift because that shift had to happen. And it's important for you to decide if you want to be part of that shift in moving that status quo and saying, this status quo has to change. Yes, recently Black Lives Matter has been giving a real voice. But I often say that as an African woman, we're not just dealing with being Black. You're dealing with being African. You're dealing with being a woman. I say we suffer 3 levels of discrimination as a woman. Number one, I am a woman. That is already, Mo, you can't be overambitious. I've had men in this society say to me, you are overambitious, Mo. Please, it's okay. Isn't this enough? So number one, you're dealing with that sort of discrimination. Then secondly, you're dealing with the fact that you are a Black woman in a white, global space when it comes to entertainment. You've got to deal with that. So not only are Black people saying, buy my stories to the big studios, I'm now saying, buy an African story. So that's the third level.
Thank you.
But you know what? We've knocked. We've done the work. We've invested in the time, and they've bought into those ideas. And I know that there are many other women to speak. So let me just wrap up by saying that what I often say is, women, ladies, Amazons, it's within us to just keep going, to keep fighting for what we believe in, and just don't be afraid of those big dreams. We can go out there, we can achieve it, and we can certainly make it happen.
Thank you very much. The inspiring and formidable Moabudu, CEO, Ebony Life Media. I love the fact that you acknowledge that you are an adrenaline junkie. She started at 40, so you're never too old to start. The God factor, the planning, the dream team. Thank you so much, Moabudu. Thank you. Please send all your questions to the chat group, and this will go to Moabudu. Thank you, Auntie Mo.
Thank you. Thank you.
Next is a woman who has, thank you, Auntie. Next is a woman who has excelled in a male-dominating terrain. Under her leadership management, the assets base of the company she manages, which is an indigenous maritime logistic company servicing the Nigerian oil and gas industry, leaped from 3 ships to 11 ships within a space of 5 years. She also sits as a current chair, finance and membership committee of the Ship Owners Association of Nigeria. She is the managing director, chief executive officer, Stars Investment Company Limited, Irogama Ogbeifon. Irogama, we all know the importance of empowering a woman economically. So if we must close the gender gap, can you share your experience of being an empowered entrepreneur operating in Nigeria?
Thank you very much, Tom. Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to stand on existing protocol. I'd like to thank BOI for this opportunity and for basically shining a light on issues that border on gender equality and just basically closing the gender gap. My name is Iro, and yes, I am in a male-dominated field. My entrepreneurship journey started 10 years ago with my own brand called Heaven, manufacturing my own products. Did that for 3 years, and then we evolved to setting up service hubs around Port Harcourt. So we have 3 branches, we have spas, we have salons, and it's been an interesting one. I kind of stumbled into the present job that I have as MD CEO of Stars. It's a family business, and I think just talking about my entrepreneurship journey will not be complete if I don't speak to the sacrifice that my father made in terms of choosing a girl child. So technically, the country that we come from, when you have sons, they're generally the first choice for generational businesses. The first picks, they're the ones that are invested in. You want to transfer your legacy, to your sons. And here I was as a daughter. My dad had 2 boys. He had trained, he had focused them on the industry in marine engineering. And when the time came for succession planning, I was picked by consultants. It took him 6-7 months to agree that this girl child, was the right pick. And I speak about this because without his change in mindset, without his being deliberate and intentional about empowering a girl child, I don't think that I'll be sitting on this platform today. And representation matters, right? Representation from men folk, representation from female folk. So when you see a man who's in his 70s saying, I'm going to transfer my wealth, I'm going to transfer my legacy to a female child, a young female child, it's something that other men sort of would aspire to, would say it's possible. So I've had support from family units throughout my business life, throughout my entrepreneurship life. I've also had support from gender mentors. I think one of the earliest speakers spoke about the importance of gender mentors. When you've been blessed to have a platform where you're able to break through ceilings, where you're able to excel in your field, it's so important that you pay it forward, right? So you bend your back so that other women and other young women can climb it and also excel in whatever field that they have picked. So I've had a few women, strong women, who have shown me that it's possible, who have made me bold. When you have women who have broken the glass ceilings, who are willing to push you forward, who are willing to sponsor you, willing to push your agenda as a young entrepreneur or young professional. It's so important, and it's something that I say about paying it forward. So if you have a platform that you've been blessed with, you should use it to encourage more women, because representation matters. I'll just speak to a situation in our company. Right now, we have seafarers, and the majority of the seafarers are men. You rarely see female officers on board the vessels. So when I came on board, I made it intentional that we recruit female cadets. So we have a quota. Of course, it's merit-based. We're not going to take you if you do not qualify, but then there is the opportunity and you have the chance to be supported through your training. Now we're moving from just training cadets to ensuring that they move on to officers, because we saw a lot of the female cadets dropping off, and they were dropping off because they couldn't see people like them serving as officers on board the vessel. So representation, I realized that representation is so key. So if we don't intentionally, as private sector or public sector, create the space for women to grow within our organizations or within the space, then all this talk about women empowerment is going to be for nothing, because we need to see more women like us, women that we want to be like, you know, up there excelling, that push us. I've also had good platforms like the Next Titan. So there are programs, entrepreneurship programs that promote young entrepreneurs to pursue their dreams and then to fund it. So if we have more of such platforms, then you're going to see an emergence. Out of 7 seasons, I think 3 of the winners have been women. So we're seeing, keep speaking to representation and how important it is. My industry is so male dominated. When I go for meetings, I'm usually the only woman in the room. When I joined the Executive Council of the Ship Owners Association, I was the first woman in the history, and I'm still the only woman on the room. And it's not a thing of pride for me. It's a thing that I challenge to say, we need to raise more women for representation so that those coming after us can see that it's possible. Funding, BOI, my company, STARS, has been a beneficiary of BOI's funding facilities. And we're extremely grateful for the process, we're extremely grateful for the opportunity. And even in my own private business, BOI is a significant funding partner for that. So I would say that my entrepreneurship journey has not been one of, you know, of all highs. There have been lows, and there have been situations that have brought out my resilience. COVID was one. Leading in COVID was very interesting, right? It was something that nobody had ever experienced before. Nobody could teach you how to do it. You had to find your own way. You had to find a way to sort of re-strategize. You had to find a way to evolve through the situation and lead a team of people who are looking to you for direction. So entrepreneurship journey is sweet, it's motivating, it's inspiring, and when you're succeeding, it's nice. But at the end of the day, it's the things that you leave behind, it's the legacy. How many people have you pulled forward? What has been your impact? That is what counts at the end of the day.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Irohima. Thank you. Thank you for that. Pay it forward. And thank you for acknowledging the role of men in our lives. We cannot but always acknowledge the good men, the he for she's in our lives. Next is the founder and chief executive officer of Africa Women Innovation and Entrepreneurship Forum, AWIF. AWIF fosters women's economic inclusion and empowerment through support and development. Irene, the boss, Irene Ochem, the boss, is a trade and innovation specialist who focuses on gender economic equity. Irene has supported over 650 startups with enterprise development programs. Irene, thank you for joining us. I'd like you to share your experience knowing the importance of an inclusive business model in achieving a truly sustainable community. And don't challenge.
Thank you very much, Tone. And I think I must start first with thanking Bank of Industry. Mr. Pitan, thank you for having me in this forum. Bank of Industry has been a supporter. We have benefited, and we have benefited from the support from the financing of Bank of Industry. And I'm very grateful, and thank you once again for that. How do I start sharing that experience? I think I would start with first a little bit of where I am coming from with that. You know, I am, of course, Irene Ochem. I'm a Nigerian, but I didn't start off being the founder and the CEO of AWIF. I didn't start off being a social entrepreneur as I am today. I was working in the international development sector. I was a staff of UNIDO, and for many years, for more than 10 years. And then I moved back to Africa, worked at UCT. And it got to a time when I felt like reinventing my life. And where was that coming from? It's just like when Mo was talking and she mentioned something about you get to a stage and you feel like, what is it that really I am passionate about? What is it that I really wanted to do? I'm coming from knowing a personal background of knowing what it means to have a woman be economically empowered. I was raised by a widowed mother, and I knew that without that economic empowerment, I wouldn't have been able to be who I am today, because she wouldn't have been able to provide for my education and my sustenance. So it is, for me, I realized that it is very, very crucial to economically empower the woman, not only because it makes economic sense for the countries, but because it's also a right. It's a human right, because I think economic empowerment is a human right. We are women, we are 50% of the population, so it is our right to be economically empowered. And when you are economically empowered, then you can take charge of all the other empowerments that we are talking about. You know, you can protect yourself against gender violence. If you're into a situation that you can walk out of it because you have a voice, you are economically empowered. You can make decisions. It's about agency. So you can decide to be in politics, a woman in politics. You can be anything that you make your choices. So that is how important it is. So we are a platform for women's development and growth as entrepreneurs, as business owners, as business leaders. And what we do is that we provide a 360-degree platform for doing that. I've been listening this morning to a whole load of, I didn't think this is the longest event I have been in, Zoom event, that I have been in since we started all doing this technology thing. But it has been so exciting for me, listening from the very beginning to Mrs. Awosika's keynote, to more now talking about yes, and dream builders. So what we do, we provide the platform that targets all the issues, all the challenges that we have spoken about that prohibit women from being economically empowered as entrepreneurs, be they accessing market, be they accessing finance, the network. We have provided the network because it's about network, who you can talk to, who role models that you can connect, peer learning, peer interactions, peer collaborations. Women need to trade and partner amongst themselves. It's about all that. So it's about also knowledge, capacity building. So we are an organization that provides that capacity building, because if you put money, finance into a woman's business, but you have not provided that person with capacity and upskilling, it's a continuous thing.
Irene, thank you. I know you have so much to say. I feel that Bank of Industry should actually organize another session for us to have more female entrepreneurs come and talk and share their life, experiences, because we're learning a lot from you all. But thank you very much, Irene. We do appreciate. Bank of Industry, I've found out that a lot of people are just saying, you did this, you did that, you supported them. I come from Abeokuta in Ogun State, and I'm aware of the role Bank of Industry also played in the lives of the business women groups of Ogun State, Nasima. I'm very much aware of the role you took. And I hope you would escalate this and domesticate this support across the 36 states of Nigeria. And by the way, Women Radio has also benefited from Bank of Industry. You support our yearly Voice of Women conference. So we are very grateful. You're celebrating us today, but it looks like we are the ones celebrating you. Next is a subject matter expert on international trade in Nigeria, particularly in customs and excise matters of import and export. A woman of many parts with over 24 years experience at the highest policy level in the customs service. She took on a challenge of helping Nigeria bridge the gap of safe applications of LPG in the Nigerian market. And she acquired and revamped the single largest LPG plant in this axis. An exemplary lawyer and a tax administrator. Most importantly, a woman. I introduce to you Kofo Olugbeson, President, CEO, Good Intention Services, and Principal in the legal firm City Solicitors. Kofo, I would like you to share your experience working and successfully maneuvering in both private and public sector. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, my gratitude goes to BOI for the opportunity given me this afternoon to share some of my experiences. I had started being an officer of Nigerian Customs Service and I retired in 1993, after which I set up a business in marine business. Thereafter, I've been on that for quite a long time and I have many banks that I'm friendly with. And of course, all smiles, I'm not borrowing money from anybody. Nobody is giving me anything. I bring in what I have and the bank would roll it over and do whatever. And then this idea came up of somebody saying that, oh, I could go into oil and gas. And I thought I had a beautiful relationship with the banks. And I walked into these commercial banks. And immediately I walk in there, what I heard, you are a startup, we can't have you. And I wondered why. I've been a businesswoman for many years, and you've seen that I've been a success. Why am I being denied this? Oh, we can't take it because we're a startup. And these are banks that have really helped in my own little way of expanding. And then for them to just throw the baby with the bathwater by saying that, oh, you are a startup, I was highly discouraged. But I'm a person that I don't take no for an answer. And somebody mentioned, oh, why don't you try Bank of Industry? I don't know anybody in Bank of Industry. I've never been there. I don't know a single soul. And I took it upon myself to just walk into Bank of Industry. And I shared my views and they were interested. And they asked that you need to have a business plan. And I went about to do that. And from that point on, I've seen Bank of Industry coming up at all levels to be there for me at all times. And this is a very, very, good experience I had. So my own is that most times we think, you can't do many things without having a godfather somewhere. But I tell you that with Bank of Industry, I did not know a single soul. And the reception I got was, as somebody has said earlier on today, that they don't look at gender, they look at what you have. They look at what your business plans are. How can you be, how can you have a successful business? And they are there to help you. And this had been a very, very good step for me to take. I approached them about the bid I had, which I want the bid, buying an LPG plant. And then they came there and they visited the place, always visiting. They gave me the very best of everything I wanted. When I had issues with some banks, because you still have to deal with banks anyway. And, because I've had that report from them, I wasn't really very, friendly with them. But then I need them to guarantee me. And then I had issues again, because it's all, oh, you are a startup. If you want us to finance you buying a crane that we use at the port, we will do that. But you don't know anything about LPG. How are you going to do it? But Bank of Industry did not throw the baby with the bathwater. They extract the baby, throw the bathwater away, and see how they can nourish the baby. And that has been extremely commendable. I know that Bank of Industry, with the intervention funds which they have, which has helped me a lot, it has given me, put me in a position on this single digit rates they have, has given me guidance and suggestions on proven approaches gathered over the years, empowering businesses. They are there to advise you, this is how you go about this is how you go about this. They are there to, physically, they visited my plants physically, and then they give me ideas. And that gives me a lot of confidence in that I am doing the right thing. I'm moving the right way. I'm walking the right path. And this had been it has a big influence on me and given me the confidence that I can move. This is a man's world. I've always been in a man's world anyway, but this one is a man's world. And everything they just see you as a woman. Once they see you as a woman, they think you can't do much. But then I've proven them wrong. And the opportunity given me, because I keep saying it, on this, my project, which is financed by BOI, which is in the gas plants, they have really pleased me on a higher pedestal, to which I am grateful. Of course, throughout the time you have issues. I think during the COVID, during the lockdown, we had a lot of issues that you're not allowed to move around, but you need to move trucks. You need to move, do deliveries to home. People are not leaving homes. And one of what I was doing there, one of the things I was doing then was to now deliver gas to them at their homes. And then we are always having problems with police and this, we'll lock you up, we will seize your truck because you are not supposed to be moving around. And we have all those challenges. And, tapping into Bank of Industry, I would really, at this point, I want to thank Bisi and Hamdallah. I want really thank, because I make them my think tank. Anytime I have any problems, I just pick up my phone and I call them. What do you think about this? How do I go about this? And they are there to just give me all they could. And that has been a big, big help for me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kofo Olubeson. A case of you don't have to know anyone to get things working for you at Bank of Industry and in Nigeria. Before you go, please quickly challenge. What do you choose to challenge? 60 seconds.
My challenge is a way to how to encourage the young entrepreneurs that this new normal that we have with what is happening in the world now, how young entrepreneurs can tap into it and make the new normal.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Irene Ochem, 60 seconds. What do you choose to challenge?
I choose to challenge the systemic barriers that hold women back from achieving their full economic potential.
Thank you very much. Yoruma, what do you choose to challenge?
I choose to challenge men and women to genuinely and intentionally advance gender balance within their sphere of influence. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And on behalf of this panel and on behalf of Nigerian women, we thank Bank of Industry for celebrating us. We thank you more for your consistent commitment to supporting and empowering female-led businesses in Nigeria. Indeed, you are transforming Nigeria's industrial sector. And I commit to amplifying the voice of women, and I choose to promote her right. Thank you very much. Kemi, I hand over to you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was truly insightful. I can't believe we've come to the end already. This is just so fantastic. I had a lot to learn. I'm going to just speak randomly. I mean, the first one, who doesn't know more to be a trailblazer and that she loves to dare to do the impossible things? I got intrigued by her word when she said that we don't have to wait for your age shouldn't determine when you start something. So don't be afraid of those big dreams. They are big dreams, but your age is not a barrier. She started at 40. And if she started at 40 and she's achieved what she has achieved so far, then age is indeed not a barrier. I loved what Rogama said when she recognized the role that men play. She understands this is a male, sector, but She also recognizes that you need men to do one or two things for you, so you can't completely put them out, entirely. I love when Mrs. Irene said that it makes economic sense to empower the woman, especially because it makes 50% of the population brilliant. I really, really love that. And then I love what Madam Kofo said when she says she doesn't take no for an answer. A resilient spirit always takes the strides and always makes progress. Thank you so much. Before I call on our on Mr. Leona to help us with the vote of thanks, I would like to please ask Mrs. Ajayi, please don't go off the line because I have a feeling you're about to click on. I have a feeling you're about to run away. Now, ladies and gentlemen, Mrs. Ajayi is that woman who loves to be behind the scene. And I know that if you know what I'm about to say now, you obviously send me a WhatsApp and say, Kemi, keep quiet. But interestingly, I'm not even looking at my phone right now, and I have the backing of Ajadeswa, so nothing is going to happen to me. Mrs. Ajayi, on behalf of the entire team, the way you have harassed all of us, the gentle giants in you, and how you have helped us, to come together with you. You picked us from different parts of Nigeria. All of us are, whether we like it or not, now we are working for BOI. Everybody on the team. Mrs. Ajayi, you're an amazing woman. And I want to tell you that you are truly inspiring. I love your spirit. I love the fact that you are blessed and you are humble. I love the fact that you are graced and you are gentle. I love the fact that you understand what it means to be submissive.
Sorry, Kemi, can they just highlight, that's right, they should highlight.
And across over time, even when we're having our meetings, you always hear Mr. Ajayi say, oh, the MD, oh, the MD, oh, Mr. Peter, oh, the MD. And I just said, wow, I mean, it's just you're an amazing woman, Mr. Ajayi. And I'm not saying, you know me, I don't know how to maybe sugarcoat things. I say the things the way they are. You're somebody who is truly inspiring. I've met women, I've interviewed thousands of women. And I've met women who have been mentioning you even before I met you. And they keep saying, Mr. Ajayi is this, Mr. Ajayi is that. Even on the team, when we are not, even the team members that are working with you, ma, I have conversations with them and they say good things about you. Many times we don't like to celebrate ourselves because we feel that there's no need, but I'm celebrating you, ma, on behalf of the entire team to say, well done. You pulled us from all parts of Nigeria and you made this work because of you. Thank you so much, ma'am. We'd like to hear from you for just 1 minute. I know you want to run away. You're the hotspot now before we do the vote of thanks and then listen to Mr. Leonard. So over to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I want to thank the Almighty God, without whom this could not have been possible. I'm actually very amazed how the whole thing has turned out. After that, I want to thank the management. I thank my MD. Each time we come into this kind of, when women are concerned, he's been very amazingly, very supportive. I want to thank everyone. We have a planning committee. I have put them through a lot of stress. Some at 1 a.m. odd time, I will call them and they will answer. I want to thank them. It's been an amazing journey. It's been a very tiring one, but I thank God. I want to thank our guests, our honorable ministers, and everyone who has come on board. I'm amazed that the guests that have graced the occasion, we call them and they answer us. It couldn't have been us. It is God who has used them to talk to Nigerians and to see how we can change the status quo. I want to thank everybody, the committee, the IT. We fight even over, how will this one happen and all that. We fight and we come together to say, okay, this fight is for a good cause, and they have supported me. I want to thank you. The challenge of of doing this program virtually has been overcome because I believe we're going forward. And a number of people who have helped us are women, within and without. They have been a support that I never knew I had. And I am challenged and I'm moved. I'm pushed because I believe in one thing. A woman, just by the fact that I stay in gender, has helped me to know much more. I believe a woman can do much than what they expect a man to do. And if for you to do anything and to inspire or to move forward in life, as a woman, you need to do twice what a man would do to be acknowledged. I do my things at the background, but I thank God Almighty that He has made things possible like this. I'm really, really grateful to everyone. I want to also mention that those men, we have men apart from my MD and my management. Those women who had come on board outside the country, it had been amazing meeting them, and many of them were not physically met. We just spoke, and they've been amazing. I thank God for SMG, who has been a support, Mr. Deswa, Auntie Bimbo, every one of you, Kemi, Amarachi, I want to thank you. I particularly want to say thank you to the planning committee. And I cannot thank you enough, because I know this is a virtual meeting and had kept everybody on their seat. I know a number of people have dropped, they have to go to some other things. But like I said, I want to thank everybody. I want to thank IT. And I want to also make it known that this virtual meeting will be edited and everybody will have access to it. Those who have their paper and they couldn't deliver all, we will get them and they will pass it. And then I also want to assure you that anyone who has had questions and unanswered, you can forward them. We will make sure the relevant people give answer and we will forward it to you. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mark. Before I hand over to Mr. Leonard, I once again want to appreciate the MD of BOI. You know, I sat down today and I was just thinking in my head, no matter how much this vision is burning in the heart of Mrs. Adeleye, if he says no, it is no, and that ends it. But somehow they supported her through it all, and he's been here from the beginning to the end. He's still here with us. It truly shows the kind of man that you are and how truly supportive that you are, Mr. Pitan. Thank you so much. I was speaking to a young man last week, and he was saying so much about you. I will tell you what his name is. You know, and he had good things to say about you. There are few people who people can actually really point to and say, these people are doing certain things right. And you are one of those people. We honestly like to say thank you for giving Mr. Adeleye the wings to fly and for supporting her to make this a success. She's been mentioning you along the way, and there's no time that she mentions she doesn't have something positive to say on how you constantly ginger her and believe in her. So on behalf of the team, I want to say thank you, sir, for hosting us and for allowing the vision to fly. God bless you and God take you higher.
I think it was as if you knew Mr. Ajayi had actually done a lot of the work that Leo will have loved to do, and Mr. Kange actually will have more or less repeated the same thing to thank you. So on behalf of the management of Bank of Industry, I want to thank everyone who has been part of this webinar. You know, for me also, you can't know everything or learn everything in one day. So I was able to get some tips also on the areas we should look at going forward. Once again, I want to thank everybody. It's been a very long day, and a lot of people have sat through this from the very beginning to the very end. Very informative, very educative, and a way of sharing. But this could not have happened without the assistance and the expertise of a lot of people. Many of you are in the background, but we are thanking all of you. So once again, thank you very much. We wish our women a happy Women's Month, but we should not celebrate you in one day or one month. We should celebrate you every day. You are very important to us. And we were made to understand, you are half of the population of Nigeria. So how can you play a football match without half of the field? You can't win. So we need you to win. So thank you very much for all you do, and all the very best to everybody.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. I really appreciate you.
My own challenge is to challenge anything that will try to prevent our women from achieving their dreams, because they have a lot to contribute to our lives, to our economy. God bless you. See you next year.
Amen. Thank you, sir. Thank you, everybody, for being part of this. We love you. We appreciate you. And as Mr. Leonard said, see you next year. To the team,
thank you.
Team, thank
you. Thank you, the gender team. Thank you, gender team. Bolaji, Lanre, Kafi. I want to thank all of you, the gender team and the gender people, the gender supporters.
I think
thank you, Bolaji. Yes, I appreciate it.
Let's round up. Let's round up with the women's anthem.
The IT women. I want to thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you, Tema. Thank you, Auntie Bimbo, and this one.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you, ma'am.
Congrats, ma.
Thank you.
Please play the anthem. Let's wind up from here. The women's anthem. See you all. Bye.
All across the nations, all around the world, women are longing to be free, no longer in the shadows, forced to stay behind, but side by side in true equality. So sing a song for women everywhere. Let it ring around the world and never, never cease. So sing a song for women everywhere. Equality, development, and peace. Women can't be silent when all around the world people hurt and hungry children cry. We'll sing out loud for justice and development and hold the rights of other people high. So sing a song for women everywhere. Let it ring around the world and never, never cease. So sing a song for women everywhere. Equality, development, and peace. Women now are working to build a better world, where the love of peace can rest on every shore, where men lay down their weapons and learn to love and share, and people work to bring an end to war. So sing a song for women everywhere. Let it ring around the world and never, never cease. So sing a song for women everywhere. Equality, development, and peace. So sing a song for women everywhere. Let it ring around the world and never, never cease. So sing a song for women